Well, sorry about that, guys. Man, I'm all wrapped up in this AMRH. Sorry about that. I forgot to start. Well, first of all, welcome to the trading room, live trading room for Tuesday, June the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I was buying this AMRH. I got it right around here, 312, and I've just sold some out. Wow. Sorry. Just sold just underneath four. And this is just ripping here. This is on some, it's a cannabis deal actually. AMRH, my goodness. That popped in just right here, you know. I mean, it just started at night, just about 9:05. Excuse me. And I took a little gamble on it because it was already super extended. I read the news. I thought, okay, you know, this is just hitting now. Just give me a moment here. I want to see where I'm going to get out again. I mean, this has got a ton of room, guys. Ton of room. Oh, what a start. Okay, guys, I'm all out now. I'm all out. Just 4:30. Well, just under 4:30, 4:28. Okay, first let me do a sound check. You guys can hear me? Okay, good, good. Okay, so that's a bit of an abnormal start for me. Normally, I'm not in a trade this late in the pre-market. If I'm in a trade, I don't trade the pre-market that much, but I don't normally take a trade this late in the pre-market. But anyway, all right. Well, great start for the day. Well, what else is happening? TENX. TENX is up. TENX up on, let's see, looks like phase two data. Another low float situation, 9 million in the float. A ton of room, guys. TENX. WWR. Haven't seen this one for a while. This has something to do with graphite and batteries, etc. So they've had some, what they consider is obviously positive news. The market is reacting. 4.3 million in the float. Another, look at that volume, 2 million, 2.6 million in the 2.6 million shares have already traded, 4 million in the float. Yeah, I'm just sort of settling down here, guys. Sorry. BHTG. BHTG is another one that is gapping up. It's on Virus News. Now, this was the 200-day moving average. Sorry, this is not the 200-day. 166 is the 200-day. So, excuse me, it is just sitting right on top of the 200-day moving average at 166. And this is a virus play also. BHTG, and they're low float, 10 million in the float. Work, Slack. This is gapping up. The only news I could really see, I mean, it's had a really nice run. Cowen put an upgrade on it this morning. That's the only real news I could see on it this morning. And that's for Work. Maybe keep an eye. Very few earnings plays right now. This is certainly one that is people know about. Dick's Sporting Goods, DKS, and okay, it is now over the 200-day moving average. When I was first looking at it, it was hovering right around the 200-day moving average, which is 37.15. So they released earnings pre-market right there, that tan area. So I mean, this has room, a little bit of room, actually a lot of room. Look at that weekly chart. See how well it can hold over the 200-day moving average. Looks pretty good right now. What happened is that I bought it and sold it, AMRH. ALNA, another gap up, and it is receives a new rating from Wainwright. That was yesterday. I don't see any specific news on it. Could be very interesting though. Take a look at it right there. Another low, all these are low floaters. Anything under 20 million I consider a low float, and of course the lower the better if it's a stock that is really in play. I don't see any specific news on it today, but it's over 3. More importantly, look at the gap there on the monthly chart. Let's take a look at it on the weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. That's a massive gap potential to fill, guys. It's over $3. So definitely keep an eye on ALNA today. We know that real does not link with trade ideas. Yes. IDRA. Let me see. IDRA. Is it still? Yeah, this really popped up. I have it on the watch list, but it really popped up high 337. It's pulled way back though. It's probably much ado about nothing right now anyway. Phase 2 data. Western Union. This is an interesting one. Western Union. This is a look at the gap up through the 200-day moving average. Tremendous gap up for Western Union. Sees a significant improvement in consumer-to-consumer transactions. Also, I guess they're making some kind of an overture with to MGI to buy them. Okay, but I don't think that's not the reason this is up, in my opinion. Anyway, it's more the transactions have increased. I'm out of it, hey, Alex. I'm out of it. Okay, so I took it right here. Just I had no opportunity. In fact, I was delayed in opening the room because I was so involved in this trade. I took it right there at 311. I sold some right here at just underneath 4 at 391. It popped all the way up to 466, and I got out with the last at 430. So I'm all out of it now. And this was just the first time I think maybe ever that I haven't opened the room right at 905. SSL is SSL is gapping up. It's not a low float. SSL is not a low float situation, but it is gapping up. Pretty good volume, but it's not a low float situation. Not a low float situation. More importantly, though, look at the room it's got on the monthly and the weekly chart. That's why I decided to take a look at it and bring it to your attention. GH is a gap down. They did a financing, 11.5 million shares at $84. So it's just underneath the financing price. All right, let's take a look at INPX. So their little press release this morning, something about cruise lines shining UV at people. Obviously it's a virus play, so and Cloudera is continuing. A little continuation play from yesterday, actually the last 3 days. So they actually have earnings tomorrow after hours, June the 3rd. Yeah, after hours, post-market. So they have earnings after hours. So a lot of people thinking this is going to be good. There is a lot of resistance, looks like, on the weekly chart, right around a little bit above where it is. So that 12 could really be tough. Look at it on the monthly chart, the same thing. Now, in case you're looking at LPI, unless we've had the adjustment now, yeah, this is not, it's not up 1900%. It's a reverse split, a 1 for 20 reverse split. Okay, so again, I'm hoping that, I know we're looking to change providers. I know we've been saying that for a while, but I'm hoping that our new provider will catch these things. All right, let me take a quick look. What time is it? 9:15. Let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Wow, not very many of either. Very few upgrades. There are the upgrades from briefing.com. And actually not that many downgrades. And just a couple more to go. All right, there are the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, so when you talk about the what, you talk about these, you have to, from the channel bar, George, new channel bar, my windows. Okay, my windows right there, Barry's windows right there. All right. This is a layout though. Everything in a channel bar is a layout. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you load anything, including my windows. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. So that's how you get my watch list up and down. Yeah, oh, UBX, you're right. You know, this is on the watch list actually. It's not that much volume yet, but yeah, I mean, it's up 10%. Meanwhile, my goodness, VTIQ is now above that high of 3 weeks ago. VTIQ. Well, nothing happens in my windows until you'll start getting alerts here at 9:30. You won't get anything until at least 9:45 in these two. Ooh, starts with an L. I know the one you're talking about. Then it got halted. You know what, Neil? I can't remember. You know what, Kimberly? I don't know what to say. Why don't you use mine? Okay, use mine. These have worked. I've used these for about 10 years. These work all the time. Okay, so why don't I give you mine? We could spend forever trying to. Well, if you're using these ones, you're trying to tell me you're not getting any data? You're trying to tell me that you have these ones. Do me a favor and load them. I mean, these are the ones I've been using for years and every morning. Well, not me, Kimberly, for sure not me, because I know you sent a lot of, and it's difficult to really try to analyze. It might be a server sort issue, but I'm sorry, I just unless if you don't want to use these, I mean, I've been using these forever. You can sort on all the different columns. Okay, QTS is it's very erratic right now. QTS. Well, let's see an MR. I mean, listen, it could still be alive and kicking. I'm out of it, but it could still be alive. I mean, there's a lot of room still. If you look at the monthly chart, it has room to maybe the 9 level. It all depends. I mean, there's a ton of volume. It's super low float, super low float. I mean, I took a big gamble. I mean, I just decided. I looked at the news. I thought, you know what? It just hit. It just hit, and I thought, okay, take it over 3 and see what happens. Well, I'm not, Kimberly. I think your ticket is already in there. I don't know who's going to answer. I can't help you. I'm not the only support person, of course, but I've tried to help you a lot with the option thing, and the other ones. Why don't you just? Are you trying to tell me that when you load these 2 windows that nothing is appearing? Nothing is appearing because then there's something going on with your system. Just one moment, please. Oh, sorry about that, guys. All right. Just want to make sure I haven't missed anything that's on the list from this morning. Okay, yeah, that UBX, guys, it's too bad. It's not that much volume. Not bad. I mean, it's 11,000. It'll pick up, but look at the gap also for UBX. I have Cody. I think I have it on my watch list. No, I think I may have taken it off. But I should probably still be on. I mean, Cody, the next high looking left on the weekly is 466, so it's almost there. And if it continues, I mean, remember now, this is the candle it's a weekly, but it's only 1 day, and that's from yesterday. Well, George, you just have to wait for the alerts to happen, and I can't tell you how to trade them, okay? I mean, it's a matter of just because I get an alert in here, doesn't mean I take the trade right away. I want to see what it looks like on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart, okay? So there is no, when you say some ways how you can apply it now, I mean, you just have to wait for the alerts to happen and have some trading expertise when you take a look at the daily and the weekly and the monthly. Okay, I don't understand when you say, how do you bring it up? You just click on my, right there, new, channel bar, and my windows. Barry's windows, right there. That's what didn't I say that before? Just click on, but remember, everything in here is a layout. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure if you have a layout already on your screen, make sure you save it to the cloud. Yeah, well, in fact, I better connect it right now. In fact, what I'm going to do is, I think I'll turn it on auto. Because I'm using the simulator all day long, and I do not, the big emphasis on do not toggle back and forth, okay? I just use, so I'll call it normal IB, within IB to trade, okay? Because I have it on the simulator all day long. Let me get rid of these. They were from yesterday. Plus, I'm usually, I haven't been, I'm usually only at most two trades at a time, at most. So it's pretty easy to for me just to do the trading within IB and keep this on the simulator all day long. I am not going to toggle back and forth, and I don't recommend anybody doing that. You know, all of a sudden one day you think you're taking a simulated trade and you're actually taking a real trade, and that could be really really trouble. So I do not recommend. Okay, so George, if you created your symbol list, then I can't tell you how you want to monitor it. You have to create an alert window or a top list window, okay? And once you do it, in the way in which you want to monitor your symbol list. I can't tell you how you're going to monitor it. I mean, you may want to see within your symbol list all stocks making a new high or a new low or a new 5-minute high or whatever that is. Once you create that alert window or top list window, then you right click, configure, go to symbol lists, and where it says only the following lists, this is a drop down menu, only the following list, check the symbol list that you created, and then it'll get attached. If you don't see it in this left hand column here, then you have to add it. You probably will see it though. But if you don't, just have to find it in this list here and left click and it'll move over, okay? It'll move over. And then you just check it. And then it'll be attached to the alert window or the top list window. And you can attach it to as many windows as you want, okay? It's just a matter of creating for the first time. What time is it right now? Okay, let me quickly MLND. I mean, it could be interesting if it takes out 3. That's all I can say about MLND. I was on my watch list yesterday. I don't think it's on today, but if you stick an alert, say around 285, and see if it breaks, obviously it's got a ton of room. Ooh, mRNA is just getting creamed again, guys. Okay, pause surfing. Okay, so surfing is just, when I start surfing, it'll go through all the top list windows I have. And it'll take the top 3 as I have them sorted. It's not on these 2 yet. And it'll just keep surfing through them, loading the charts in one by one. Once it finishes the top 3 as I have them sorted, in the top list window, it moves on to the next one, and the next one, it'll just keep loading charts. Okay, guys, yes, the market is going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'll take it off. And so, yeah, so I mean, the surf mode, basically you can just kind of, sit back and let the charts load automatically. And then if you want to take a look at a chart for a bit longer, you just go to the chart, it'll pause the surf mode. And then this just turns it on and off. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in 210. Market is open now. George, I'll tell you what, like you're asking me too many questions at the market start, okay? Some of these questions have to be asked maybe half an hour, 45 minutes in, okay? If you don't mind. Okay, I'm just watching some of these gap up and reverse. So WWR is a gap up and reverse so far. All right, so WWR is turning out to be a big nothing so far. Nice gap up here. Look at it, NCLH. Well, okay. If you think the cruisers are going to start coming back, this is not a bad one right here. Look at this. Look at this move for NCLH. You know, you want to take a risk. You know, again, as Real said, I'm not. This is not a recommendation to swing this one. But if you believe the cruisers are going to come back, I mean, it's already bounced. You know, from $8 off the absolute lows. Yeah, just let things happen a little bit, George. Okay. Now look at BZUN. BZUN is a cap up and go. China stock. Now typically I don't trade the first 15 minutes anyway, so I just try to let things settle down a little bit. Well, MARH is continuing. I'm not in it anymore. It's still, let's see, what sort of room does it have? Take a look at it on the monthly chart. Okay, BHTG, okay, it did pop over 2, so the pre-market high is about 228. Problem with it is maybe all this on the weekly chart. It may be stalling it. Okay, and on the monthly chart, 234, so it could be an issue for BHTG. Okay, so the market opened positively, but it's starting to put in some red bars. You know, I forgot to mention Genius here. So keep an eye on GNUS. It's been, look how choppy it is in the first 5 minutes, all the way down to 280, up to 320. But GNUS, okay, the volume is really picking up now with Coty, C-O-T-Y. There are 2 million shares now. It wasn't that active in the pre-market, but look at the volume now for Coty, C-O-T-I. Down goes Space. I guess the flurry of excitement, of course, about the launch. Yeah, VRML, is that on my watch list? No, you know, I took it off the watch list because I said, you know, how this is now looking way too extended, but what do I know? Look at this. VRML continues higher here. And the volume, it's not a low float situation, 74 million in the float. All right, this has already popped up quite a bit now. This is one of those, I'll call it a gaming stock, sit at home and play. INSE, keep an eye on it if it takes out 4 again. Look at the room it's got. It has room, maybe to about the 5 level. Yeah, see, look. I mean, look at this. This is why I don't like trading in the first 15. I mean, look at this VRML. If you chased it up to 460, sorry, 560, drops all the way down to 5. Well, AMRH, and so I'm not in it anymore, but it is continuing now. Okay, guys, keep an eye on Mist here. Mist. Wow, AMRH. This is a cannabis play, believe it or not. Cannabis play and cancer, brain cancer. I think that's what I read. I believe it's, is this an Israeli stock? No, but it's something to do with an Israeli company, I believe, from what I may be wrong. Well, John, if you can do it, fantastic. I've just found it's very difficult sometimes. Yeah, if you pick the right one and it keeps moving, hey, and you can keep doing that, fantastic. You know, the fact that I don't trade in the first 15 minutes is not a recommendation for anybody to follow suit. EVH on the way down here. EVH on the way down. Let's see, what are you doing? So, yeah, had an interesting day yesterday. All right, 10x doesn't look like it wants to keep moving higher here. This is what I'd be doing. I'd be putting an alert. I mean, it's way up here. You know, there's the pre-market high. But if it can get back up to those pre-market high levels, I mean, it has a ton of room for 10x. Meanwhile, the market's putting in a big, big fat red bar here to start on that 15-minute candle to start anyway. Still has 6 minutes to go. NAS is now negative. Yeah, as Real is saying, WU, there's a 200-day moving average, 2352. So it was above it to start in the pre-market, but gave it up and looks a little dicey. Have to see if it holds, as Real says. If it doesn't, look out below for WU. All right, so remember, this is a rumor about Western Union. At least I think it's a rumor. Well, it's holding. The only thing I can say about GNUS is that it's holding over 3. Oh man. Meanwhile, Riot. Okay. Riot. Obviously, this is a crypto play. Riot. Lots of volume that just poured into it. Fairly low float, 23 million in the float. It'll be the same, Sizzlix. Mara is the same. It's another, at least it used to be, a crypto play. So I don't know. I don't think there's any specific news about these, Riot and Mara, etc., other than crypto is on the move. Okay, well, WU is now above the 200-day moving average again, so this is not, if we're looking for a fade on it, not yet anyway. There's WU, 2352, again, is the 200-day moving average, so it popped up to it. It's right there at it. Okay, NIO. Okay, I know people get, they don't get upset. The Tesla of China, okay, it's not, but that has been referred to in the past. NIO on the move. Maybe I saw a lot of these China stocks are getting back in favor right now. All right, space. How can I not say the final frontier? But anyway, space down. Let's see if it takes out 16, guys. I mean, there's a lot of room fair amount of room underneath for space. SPCE. Well, you and I did sort of the same thing, Sam. I mean, I was late in actually opening the room. You know, normally I open the room at 9:05. 10x guys is back up. 10x, TENX back up. But just like yourself, I got into that MA. I got so distracted on this one because it was moving just as I was supposed to be opening the room. AMRH. Give me one moment, please. Okay. Okay, what time is it? 9:45. Okay, so it's 9:45 now. So I have a 15-minute delay on these two windows, so we might start seeing things showing up soon. 10x will show up if it takes out 259 because it has to break the high of the day before it'll show up here as an example. Meanwhile, Box that had Dropbox had earnings no, last week, May 27th, and it is another cloud play like Cloudera. But Cloudera, I believe it took a big hit at the beginning. Yeah, it took a bit of a hit at the beginning. Well, as long as you use a pre-market, you have to use pre-market high of day. Okay, I mean we have the two filters, pre-market. Just if you do a right click, configure, and then do a search, and if you type in pre, you'll notice pre-market highs and lows. So have those open, okay? And do not have the relative volume filter in your pre-market. Okay, do not have the relative volume as an active filter in any of your pre-market scans, otherwise you'll get no data. Two of the scans that I'm sharing in the scans, the gap up and gap down, I use those in the pre-market, and they work great in the pre-market. Where are they? Gap down shared, gap up shared. These are two that I use in the pre-market, as well as those two top list windows that when you come in early enough, you'll see them displayed until about 9:30. All right, the same sort of thing for GNUS. This will trigger in my watch list if it takes out the high right there, 320. Mist, guys, I just mentioned Mist about, I don't know, 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. It popped, now it dropped a bit. I don't understand what you mean one strategy. This is your, call it your strategy, if you will. If you're talking about having two alerts within it, you can put two alerts. These are new highs and new lows, but if I wanted to put a new 5-minute high or 5-minute low, I could add it. It may get confusing though. Okay, as predicted, there's the TENX. Now, again, it took it. Well, for instance, I've got basic new highs and lows in the one. So the yellows are stocks making new lows. The highs, ones making new highs are, with other filters attached, of course, are in green making new highs, yellows making new lows. That's how I've color coordinated it. Yeah, good call on the apron, guys. This apron, it's still, if it, man, if it can take out 15 at some point, look out. Remember this one got up to 30? Something happened on this one. That I don't think that should have happened. Yeah, that stop was too tight. That's not supposed to happen with this new stop. So I'm going to. That's why. Well, that is why we are. In fact, let me 15 and 43. Okay, I'm going to have to relay that to. Just a second, please. I have to relay that. APRN, guys, yes. See, there's news, specific news for Apron here. I don't see any specific news for Apron, but this is in serious ripping mode now. I mean, as I say, the high looking left on that weekly is 1472. I know it's about $1 away, but if you were in the room or you followed Apron this week, when of course when the virus was really just starting to hit and people were ordering food, etc. I mean, this just went crazy. So guys, this is why I was concerned about this, because you see this VWAP stop new 4 cents and the old one is 34 cents. The whole idea with the new stop is to have now let's just see, I want to see again 12 and 28. Yeah, interesting. The whole idea was that at the beginning of the day there'd be a wider stop to sort of prevent things that are whippy still in the beginning of the day from whipping up and down and taking you out immediately. And then as the day progresses, this VWAP stop will start to approach that old VWAP stop. You have to check, George, you have to check your symbol list in that window. You have to check it, okay? I find it almost impossible that if you've checked it, only the following list, and you've checked it, that it's pulling in all sorts of other stocks. Almost impossible. You sure you don't have anything else checked? Because it should only be looking at that symbol list if you have it checked. All right, guys, I am definitely interested in the GNUs. Let's see if it takes this out again. The only issue, let's see, let me back this out on the monthly chart. You see, here is the big resistance area on that monthly chart. So it really has to take out, this is why I sort of reluctantly put it in the watch list this morning, because I think it's going to have to, it really has to take out 327 or so. But I'll put an alert up in this area, right around 330. Let me back out that monthly chart a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, if it... So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Man, Blue Apron, just, I mean, guys, this could take this out. And I didn't think it would take it out today, 1475. But man, oh man, if it takes that out, look out. I mean, this could really. I mean, it's already up 15%. I get that, but yeah. Well, I mentioned BZUN. I know Real echoed it right after that, but of course it went higher, and then now it's really giving it all up. Man. Okay, well, why don't I put the alert here? More importantly, I mean, this could be a second day play. I mean, this really did nothing. A little bit yesterday. I shouldn't say that. That's a big candle yesterday. Ah, okay, guys. Son of a. Okay, guys, I have to tell you again that my top list did not update until I hit the reset. We've had this little issue. We're certainly aware of it, but you might have to just do a reset again. So George, yeah, you can really help me out a lot. I know you're eager and you have a lot of questions, but before you ask a question, really check something, because otherwise I can spend a lot of time trying to help, and then we find out that that's what you did. I'm here to help. Don't get me wrong, but morning, Tyler. All right, sorry guys. So I am in the GNUS. I am in the GONUS. I'm in at 331. Okay, I want to see as long as it holds three. Where was the trigger? Was at 324. I will not let it get down below that. Let me just put this in here. Okay, guys. So what did it take here? INPX. Okay, so that did pop back up. It's got to the pre-market highs though, are right around here at 2. So I'd be leery of this one. Unless I check out 2 from my watch list. All right, guys. So I just took some of the news out. At 440, I wish 342. Remember, guys, this room is not that I'm going to tell you what to buy or sell. All right, if I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking of, and I told you about the news, I liked it over 330 to take out that level on the weekly. And you know, when I get out of things, it's sort of a bit of a feel play. So don't wait for me to tell you if you took it for me to tell you, okay, you should sell some now. Okay, I'm all out of it. Basically flat the last bit. I'm going to take a look at it again if it gets into the 340s. So nothing fantastic on that one, but I'll take it. Now, also, if you know, this is in the simulation, okay, so I took this on the simulator at 322. It got all the way up. A max profit was 179. If you're using a simulator, you know, for paper trading, you know, you should not allow it to come that far down without taking some out. And what you're seeing is a simulator in action. I'm auto trading these alert windows. These two alert windows, nothing is showing up here, of course. The SSL could be a real sleeper here, guys. The pre-market high was around 677. It's a big float, not typically what we trade in the room just because of the float size, but it is trading abnormally, 2.8 times normal up to this point of the day. But the reason why, it's the gap. It is this massive gap that could potentially start being filled again. I mean, look at it on the weekly chart. I mean, that'd be we call it the fantasy void, all the way up to 22. All right, this one, Visto, is a gap up and go. And this is room also. VSTO. Okay, so like I said on the INPX, even though it got the trigger at 190, I would never have taken this until it took out 2. Okay, so that's why I'm saying, use my watch list, but you have to sort of make some decisions on your own. And you can just sort of tell. You look at INPX, probably wasn't going to do very much unless it took out 2. All right, this is a gap up and go, guys. GSX. Okay, this has been absolutely blasted by one of those short sellers. I can't remember if it's Street Sweeper or Citron. But anyway, GSX on the move here. China Education. Guys, I'm telling you right now, we're still having issues with the top lists, okay? I mean, I'm looking at here. There's 10, and we're at 10:06. So the reset will help, but I'm hoping they can fix this. This has been. Okay, sorry about that. Just talking to support here. IMUX. IMUX. Now, this is just gone positive, guys. Just gone positive. Now, it's not going to show up on the watch list trigger because the volume is so light. And actually, the spread is not terrible. It is not terrible. Oh, it just widened now. It's 11 cents now. Ah, okay. The goose. The goose is back, guys. Canada goose. Big area for it to try to get out of. Look at this right here. Look at that daily chart right there at 2152. Another high at 2148. Another high here at 2130. I'm going to stick an alert around 2160 and see if it takes out that, and then it might have a chance to get into this area, which is, I mean, it's not a beautiful chart. I wish all this weren't here. I wish it were more straight down to that point because, you know, there's probably a lot of resistance in this area. All right, so my alerts are now starting to slow down a bit. No, I'm all out of the GNUS. It, you know, if you look left here and look what it did. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, we're almost right to the penny, 344, 344. In fact, it's right to the penny. Okay, that it stopped right at that, and that's back. You know, it's 2 years ago. That's June of 2018. It stopped in its tracks right there. Now, if it takes that out, let me just back this out on the monthly chart. You know, then we have another high around 353. It's not that far. So if I'm going to trade this one again, I want to see a break, a really solid break of 350. So I'm going to put a price alert around 360 on GNUS. Now, you have to have a pretty big account to buy 300 shares of RH. Okay, keep an eye on N-Lock here. N-Lock, Norton LifeLock, underneath the whole number, 20. 21, sorry, underneath 21. This has room on a short down to that 1980, so it's about, has maybe $1 if it hangs underneath 21. It's underneath the VWAP. 2118 is the VWAP. Yeah, the SPY has been a little bit choppy to start. We had that looked like a pretty decent red candle forming on that first 15-minute chart. Kind of stopped, tried again. The buyers look like they're in modest control right now. I wish this one had more room. Adro. I'm looking at the weekly chart. Looks like there's pretty decent support not that far away. CAR. So CAR is reversing in its tracks now, guys. Again, this was a great day yesterday. Started off nicely. Piled right into the 200-day moving average. 26.26 is the 200-day moving average. It did take it out briefly in the pre-market. But once the market opened, look what it did. 26.05. There's that 200-day right there. So it could not break through, and now it's on definitely in fade mode now. Oh, I don't know. As if I've got it's a heavy duty guy though. 32 RAM, 3 monitors, 332-inch monitors, big graphics card. Oh, I don't know, as if I really don't know. It's a heavy duty system. The company got it for me, so I don't know. It's overkill, you know. But you know, I have a lot of things going on. This one has been an active trader for a while now. FUTU. Oh, it's a okay. That's all right. Look just based on the symbol. I thought it might have been a China stock, and it is a China. Look at this, what a move this has made over the last week and a half. Almost a double for FUTU. Yeah, some of them are discovered puns, Coog. Well, guys, news is making that little. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But news is getting very interesting again on that 350 break. And there it goes. There it goes. You know, and there it goes. There's the break, guys, for GNUS. Notice how I minimize my price alert window. When it hits the price, it pops up on my screen. I put a sound alert on it so I hear it. I sort it on the last triggered column so I'll see it right at the top, and it actually fades. So you cannot miss. So especially if you have a headset on and you want to, and it's wireless, you can wander around. I mean, if you're at your computer, you're going to see this pop up right on your screen. But sometimes, you might be away, but you put a sound alert on it, you can come racing back and seeing what that sound alert was. I love the IMAX. I mean, I do like this IMAX. The only issue is that it's a spready one right now. 1297, 1311. By the end of the day, it may not matter, but also the volume is still pretty light. I mean, for it's trading 4 times normal up to this point of the day. It's a very low float, 3.2 million in the float. Just love to see a lot more volume though. You two, Sizzlex. All right, keep an eye on Resi, REZI. I mean, look at this one. It has, what's the high? It was 709. So look at the room this one has for Resi. It's just sneaking in because the relative volume is 1.08. My filter is at least 1, so it's just sneaking in. Big float, 122 million in the float. That's a big, big float. I'm just watching Resi here. I wish there was a little more volume for that float, but let's see. It's holding only a 2-cent spread right now for Resi, REZI. Lots of room though. I mean, that's the attraction to something like this. It has a lot of room. And the market is putting in a nice green bar. What do they do? Hardware stores. Oh, and they're in Austin, Texas. Okay. All right, it took some, guys. I did take it at 7:30 for the Resi. See if it holds at that level. Resi, REZI. Meanwhile, APY, what are you doing? Wow, just steady up on the 5s, obviously on the 15s. APY. All right, guys, look at the SSL now. SSL, nice move here for SSL. 670 on the alert, 687 now. Let's see if it can take out 7. All right, Canaan, a little biblical. Canaan, CAN, on the move here. Another China stock. A lot of these China stocks are really moving. Look at CAN. Not a low float, 45 million in the float. Okay, Logi, sorry, Rail broke down below support. Okay, Love is on the move here. So Love is on the move. What's the next high looking left is 2366. So that has some room to go on that monthly chart for Love, Love, triggered at 2218. All right, I might get knocked out of the Resi. Waiting to see how it holds. There's the trigger for Resi. Basically, it's right at the trigger. Goes any bit a little bit lower, I'm going to get out. Can always get back in. I think CIR is on my list. It was on my list. May have taken it off. CIR was on my list before for sure. Not sure why it's not on the list today. Maybe it's, yeah, it should. This is a mistake on my part because I had a great day yesterday. That big breakout yesterday. This should be on my watch list, to be honest. But it for some reason it's not. You know, this is what we absolutely love. I mean, look at the room it has to move. All right, guys, there's the Visto on the move again, VSTO. Wow, look at LTM. LTM actually is, and I think they filed for Chapter 11. LTM, South American Airline. And they had earnings June the 1st, such as it was, and trying to crawl back. Big float, though, for a $1 stock. Excuse me, 600 million in the float. That is a big float. Excuse me. Now, Love is it's moving okay. Again, the problem with that one, bit of a spread, 11-cent spread, LOVE. Nothing triggering on the downside from my watch list. I'm checking some of the ones on the watch list that have not triggered, and the reason they're not triggering the downside is because they're not below yesterday's low yet. Yeah, just be. I mean, if it takes out seven, it still has a lot of room. I mean, this is a potential. This again, not a recommendation. I'm just saying for those of you looking for potential swing trades. Obviously, this is in the energy sector, but just look at SSL. I mean, look at the room it's got. They're just alerts from before, George, from the AI before. You can hover over them and you can see exactly, for instance, the buy right there on Visto. You can just hover over it and see what the alert price was. And all right, guys, 10:28. Well, I think I will start first of all. Welcome to the room. If you're brand new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. Okay, and it is a free room. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in this Trade Ideas trading room. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, and I'm sharing a lot of scans, if you in the trading room, there's a scans tab. You can see all of the scans that I'm sharing. You can also have access to them from this room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share, download. And that'll go to a Word document so you can take a look at all the scans later on. Look at CAN, guys, C-A-N, CAN. I'm going to talk about the links. You can also download the links. These are a lot of training links. Everything, they're all free. Again, we'll go to a Word document. Before I start that though, just talk about our subscriptions. There is a promo code Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have basically four plans. We have a premium yearly, $22.68 a year, or the standard $10.68 a year. The huge difference is the AI. So why you would get a premium yearly plan, the number one reason is because you do want to see the AI, which I'll be going over. You don't have to start off, of course, with an annual plan or even a premium. You can always just try us out. Standard monthly, $118, less the 15%. Or the premium monthly, $228, less the 15%. Look at CAN, guys, C-A-N, breaking over that whole number now. And again, this discount, the promo is only good for the first month on a monthly subscription. But if you decide you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 15% promo code. Upgrading, of course, meaning from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual. Okay, now I want to talk about some of our links. I have a lot of links here. We've already talked about the subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video between 1:15, 1:45 every day. You should have the latest version of Trade Ideas. There's the download link. If you have our single stock window open and you don't have a similar tab, for example, or in the charts, a buy and sell button, that means you don't have a later version of Trade Ideas. So I would encourage you to do that. Great link right there, 20 short video lessons. I'm going to click on the link. And for a lot of you who are new to Trade Ideas, even if you're not, or if you don't have the program, you can, this goes over some of the basic fundamental features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list, build a top list, what is an alert window, create an alert window, etc. The bottom here are 3 videos on Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to go over. We also have another training link, has a little more training in it, plus the webinars. You can see right there's the 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace. Here are all the webinars though. You can register for all the webinars right here. They're all free. Next test drive sign up. If you click on that link, you'll be brought to the next test drive sign up. So we just completed an enormously successful test drive about a week and a half ago. Over 4,000 people signed up. The next one could be in August. We're not sure exactly when it's going to be. Typically, they are about 3 months apart. But if you want to be notified exactly when it's going to be, just fill this out, and then you'll get an email when it's when going to happen. And the test drive, basically for $8.99, you can have access to our full premium service for 10 trading days, up to 10 trading days. We have some ebooks here created within Trade Ideas, some swing setups. There's an earnings book. So you can click on that. If you are a Mac user, there's a nice little podcast that was done a while back, and it'll show you, if you're a Mac user, how you can take advantage of our program. This is a PC-based program. Okay, so if you're a Mac user, you can either use our web-based version, or I would encourage you, if you don't mind using an emulator like Parallels, or even AWS, Amazon Web Services, or web services like that. Okay? Maybe do a refresh. Is it a top list window, Russ, or is it something else? Andy is not in this room. Kimberly, okay? He's not in the room. I'm the only one in this. I'm the only moderator in the trading room. Well, let me make sure that the cloud is working. So I'm going to put. Before I go on, I will go in a lot more detail about. Backtesting is not included in the standard plan, okay? You can backtest, we'll give you 10 to try, but it's a premium service. Okay, I have a question from in the YouTube feed. You can't set up in the AI, okay? The AI is this. You just load this window and you basically wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, you cannot set up a particular price pattern or anything like that. Okay? Okay, so an alert window. Yeah, I'm not sure about a white soldier screener, to be honest with you, Santosh. I can check to see whether or not we even have that as part of a. I don't even know what that is. I'm just going to quickly see if that's even something that we have. Yeah, we don't have that. Okay, these are the. Oops. If you can see my screen, Dragonflight, Doji, Gravestone, Doji, etc. We don't have a white soldier screener. Okay. Okay, so Russ, I just want to make sure. What I'm going to do is I want to pop this in and I'm going to try to load it. Make sure it's working. Okay, so now I click on the link, highlight it or copy it, Control C, copy it, File, Load from Cloud. You notice that it is here already. It has already been, you don't have to paste it in. If for some reason this is blank, you'd have to paste it in, Control V it in. Now I'm going to load it, and there it is. So you must be doing something wrong. Did you follow what I did? Because it did load. What link were you trying? I mean, it's possible that Well, okay. When you say file load from cloud, you mean it's empty here? That's because you have nothing saved in the cloud. Is that what you mean? Oh, well, you've saved nothing. You've saved nothing. That's why. You've never saved any. You've never saved anything into the cloud. That's why it's empty. No, 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 no. You see, all these, I see. Okay, maybe a little confusing. I better explain it a little bit better. These are scans that I'm sharing with everybody, okay? But what you have to do though, these are in my cloud. Your cloud, of course, is going to be different from my cloud. Your cloud is empty. I have a lot of things in my cloud. What you have to do is you have to click on the alert, and then load it from the cloud. You'll see it. Remember I was saying if you click on an alert and you highlight it, copy it, and now file load from cloud. Whoops. Jeez, just a minute. File load from cloud. It's this box here. Yes, this will be empty up here, but it's this box I was talking about that will normally will have that string right here. It'll have that already because we copied it, and it automatically puts it in there. If you don't see, and then you load. Okay, so it's this box I'm talking about. Yeah, if you've up here, once you load it onto your screen, then if you like it, then you'll save it to your cloud. Make sense? Because now once it's on your screen, and if you like it enough that you want to save it, then you right click, save or share to cloud, okay? And then save it. Now it'll be in your cloud. Obviously, everybody's cloud is going to be different. So our back tester goes back 63 days, 63 trading days. So that's 3 months, okay? We are looking to expand it, but right now it's 63 trading days. So that's 3 months. All right, guys, I do want to talk a little bit about the AI. Probably not much. It might be the best thing you can do, okay? You can, I'm not trying to dismiss you on that, but what you should do is when you load one of them, and right click on one of the windows and configure, and then you will see what the filters are, okay? And then you can kind of do a comparison. I mean, off the top of my head, I don't know. I mean, the surge typically will be something that's probably moving pretty quickly right now. Trending is just trending, so they don't have to be necessarily moving that fast right now, off the top of my head. All right, I do want to talk a little bit about the AI right now. Oh, this WRTC, look at this. Just what a great 2 days for it. 3 days now. Okay, Santosh, there's no option like that. I mean, alert windows have no bearing on if it's a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart. Okay, and an alert window, you have you'll set up your filters, and then your triggers, if it's a new high of the day or a new low of the day or a new 5-minute high, new whatever that is, it has no bearing on whether it's in a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart. Does that make sense? I mean, a new high will be a new high in a 5-minute or a 15-minute or a 30, when it's intraday. So it has no bearing on what chart you're talking about. Okay, so I'm going to go over the AI right now. So this is how the AI works. This is not one of the AI strategies, but if it were, basically the AI waits for the market to close every day, so it has access to the latest market data, and then takes a look at all the filters that are in place and maybe makes adjustments to the filter values or takes a filter out, adds one in, runs the back tester, runs through about 50 strategies like that. It's obviously you and I could never do it. Hard enough to do one going through the optimization procedure. Once that procedure is done, tomorrow, these are the strategies that made the cut today. Typically making the cut meaning a win percentage of 60 and a profit factor of at least 2. I know there were some forgetting. No, interesting. There's only 3 of the Neos made it. Anyway, but that's typically what these are the ones that made the cut today. Okay, guys. Okay, I'm out of the resi. I'll look to get back in it if it gets back into the 730s. So tomorrow we don't know which strategies are going to make the cut because it'll take, again, today's data, run through the optimizer for all the strategies, and tomorrow, you'll see the ones that made the cut. So for today, my recommendation is how you see the AI alerts during the day. And please listen to me carefully. You look at this from the channel bar, new, channel bar. I'm sorry, forget what I just said. New, not from the channel bar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window, not the strategy window, strategy trades window. Okay? And if you load this before the market opens, then you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have the entry price, you have a stop, and manage the trades as you see fit. You can actually take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every morning, every day. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. This window sits on one of my other monitors, and it's just part of my layout. Okay, so that is basically what the AI is all about. Okay, you just wait for the alerts to happen. I use it as a watch list. I have a certain price, personally, I have a certain price range that I like. I like the under 20 stocks, $20 stocks. Not really anything for me today. I am looking at Woo though, see if it takes out 23 because it seems like that 200-day has been rejected. If you're new to trading, no. I don't auto trade. Real doesn't a lot of us do not auto trade, but that's just, again, that is just me. Here, another example, guys. You see the max and P&L for Love. I was up 116, now I'm down 20. Again, this is in the simulator. I am auto trading my entries. I know it sounds like I'm going against what I said because we're doing a test on a stop, okay? The only way I would auto trade is maybe auto trading entries, but I would absolutely be managing the exits on my own. Well, the stops I'm using are VWAP stops. Okay, so it's not rarely would it be less than 10 cents. But if you're asking why did I get out of Resi, because I didn't like the way it was trading. Okay, so what was I in at? Was that 331? No, it's a coincidence that it happens to be about 10 cents below. That's all. Here's another one that's really interesting. This UROV, just the volume is a little bit light. All right, guys, I want to talk about the Brokerage Plus right now, and hopefully you'll listen to me very carefully, okay? All right, George, let me see if I can. Okay, I'm gonna buy something. I want to see why it's not showing up for you. So I want to buy purple. Okay, so positions. I've got my positions tab open. I'm just gonna buy it at the market. Okay, just as a demonstration of it. A couple hundred shares, buy at the market. So there it appears. So what's happening on yours? It appears right there, 200. So what's happening with you? It's an open position right there. Well, do you have the positions tab open? Right click. You know, these are the tabs you have. New. Do you have the positions tab open? Yeah, do you have have you connected to the simulator? Probably should have mentioned that. Yeah, but have you checked Trade Ideas Simulated Trading? Okay, Santosh, this is there it is. There are the ebooks. Yeah, I'm not I can't click on links. Well, let's see. Well, I have to tell you, yours doesn't look anything like mine. Don't know how to help you, George. You're going to have to probably go to. You probably have to go to. I'm going to give you the home page. Yours doesn't look anything like mine. The only thing, what version of Trade Ideas are you on? I think you're new, so you should have the latest, or somewhat. If you click on Help and About, go to Account, Help and About. I'm sorry, go to Help and About. Sorry, Help and About. Yeah. Oh, 4.2.15. Yeah, okay, that should be okay. Well, yeah, I don't know how you're getting what you're seeing. I have no idea. I have to admit. So you're going to have to go to tech support and ask them maybe take a look. I really don't know. Maybe try, yeah, because I cannot, that screen, I've never seen that screen before. Guys are challenging me for sure. All right, I'm just going to. I'm going to take it off the auto trading. It's just too hard. I'm just having a difficult time. It should be managing way better. Thank you, The Dreamer. You're probably right. You're probably right. My unofficial tech support individual in the trading room. All right, guys. So this is okay. I want to talk about Brokerage Plus, and please listen to me fairly carefully. Well, not fairly, carefully. Brokerage Plus, for a lot of you, it's part of our standard service, and until I tell you you need our premium service, everything I'm going to say is part of our standard package. So to load the Brokerage Plus window, and it's only available in the app. It's not available in the web-based version. And so from the toolbar, new, Brokerage Plus. And that window will pop up. Okay, I'm just going to answer somebody's question. So yes, Dallas, if you do this, configure, right click on and search and type in consecutive. Okay, consecutive candles. 2 up, 2 down on different time frames, okay? So again, if you right click on an alert window, configure, search, and type in consecutive. I know, Jason, I know. It's the desktop application. I know. Oh, well, web is not desktop, no. Hello, Amain. Yes, welcome. Okay, go to the homepage and start a live chat, George. I just can't help you. I have to keep going and explaining Brokerage Plus for a lot of people, okay? So Brokerage Plus can be used in one of two ways: Trade Ideas simulation trading, or if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use it to trade your Interactive Brokers account, okay? But please don't misconstrue what I'm saying. You know, because people seem to think that, well, if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, I can't use Trade Ideas. You know, this is just for Brokerage Plus, this is just a nice sort of order entry screen if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account. Yes, we're looking to expand the number of brokers, but please listen to me. You don't have to have an IB account or even use Brokerage Plus at all to use Trade Ideas, okay? But as a simulator, it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data. Okay, it's using our real-time data. And a lot of people will be using it as a simulator. It's just if you happen to have an IB account, you can actually use it to trade your account. So in its simplest way, and I'm connected to the simulator all day long, in its simplest way, you just click on an alert, the symbol will show up. And if I want to trade it, I'm looking at the spread right now. 880, 884. Take another one. Maybe a better spread. Yeah, not bad. So if I want to trade this one right now, SSYS, say I go in at 200 shares. I'll go in at the market and just see, let's take a look at my fill. 200 shares, 1937 was the fill. Okay, and now I can just manage the trade. That is the absolute simplest way to use the simulator. Meanwhile, guys, SSL, look at this one. What a great 669, now 707. Congratulations, those of you who had put it. I told him to go to the positions tab. So now at this point, after the fact, though we always recommend having a stop in, of course, ahead of time. You don't want to put your stop in afterwards. Okay, George, please go to tech support outside of here. Okay, go to the homepage and start a tech support session. I just can't keep talking to you. I'm sorry. So if I want to put in a stop right here, say 1897 or just underneath. So say I want to put a stop at $19. So I just sell it, and there is the stop at 19. So if I allowed it to go down to $19, I would lose $73. Okay, so that's how. And now at this point, if the trade starts working well, I can start moving my stop up like a trailing stop. People are always asking about a trailing stop. I would encourage you to try it this way. Put the stop on the chart where it makes sense. Instead of some kind of an artificial, well, I'll have a 10 cent or a 0.5% or a 1% trailing stop. Why not move it on the chart where it makes sense? So if it broke down below a support level, then that's where you should get out. You can also put a target if you want. So let's just say I want to put a target of $20. Do it a couple of places right here, 20.00. Okay, sell. So now should show up. There we go. So it just showed up here. It's hard. You can't see it, of course, on the 5-minute chart because it's way up there. But on this weekly chart, it's hard to see, but there it is. And if I allowed it to take me out at where I put my target, I would make $122. Same thing, I can always move this up. So let's say it's approaching the target, and it's trading well. Why would I get out? So that's the simplest way to use it in a very manual way. You can set up what we call one-click trading. Okay, you can see here I've got buy, short, short, short. I've got 3 of them. They were set up here. Okay, how you do it. And one-click trading literally meaning, okay, I click on an alert, I like what I see, I go back, and then I pick how I want to trade it. So it's not auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. Okay, Ali, I'm going to give you a 20 short video lessons. I encourage you to take a look at this. This shows you how you can create your own alert windows and topless windows, etc. Okay, that's a good primer. They're very short. Yeah, I might get back into Resi. I'll see. So how you do this is new trading strategy, and you give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? These tabs, you can fill in as much information as you want. I'm going to show you what I do on one of them, okay? And I called one of them Chart Long $100 Risk. You notice on our charts, we have a buy button and a sell button. So what you do is you take one of the long strategies that you created and you assign it to, if I use that buy button on the chart, this is the strategy I want to use to trade it. You have to pick one of them. And to do that, once you've created the strategy, you right click and check default chart long strategy. So if I click on that buy button, it's going to follow these rules that are right here. So I don't have an entry time. Order details and risk management work hand in hand. So order details. So you're going to see that if I do take a trade, it's going to automatically take the correct number of shares based on the stop loss. And also because I put here that I'm risking $100 a trade in the simulator. Just sort of get used to the fact that every trade is not going to work. You have to have an out. Okay, so if the trade doesn't work, if the trade doesn't work for you, when are you going to get out? So you're going to see that you should have a stop and also a risk amount. Now that risk amount will be determined by your share size or your account size. Obviously, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. So for the purpose of the simulator, I'm putting a $100 risk per trade. And I'm using this new VWAP stop. You don't have access to it yet, but it is we're testing it. You can also, we had the other VWAP stop that I was using last week. You can try that or try any of the other ones. And then I did put a target. I don't put targets, but just as a demonstration, I put a 50-cent target. So let's say I bought the stock at $1. My target would be $1.50, and if I just allowed it to run its course, it would take me out of the trade at a 50-cent profit if it got up there. So let's see how that works using the buy button right on the chart. So let's take a look at, say, APY. Let's say I wanted to buy. So you can use that buy button in different ways. So let's just, if I click on it, you see now I have a big crosshair. So I could drop it right at the price, in which case I would get a fill at the price, or I could drop it as a pullback. Let's say I only wanted to take the trade if it pulled back to that level here. Or I could also say, what if I thought, well, it's got to break this level, maybe the 200 days up ahead. On top, maybe I could drop it there. So wherever you release, when I say drop, wherever you release, that's where it's going to, and I just released it there. So let's see if it takes the trade. I released it at 975. It's at 973 right now. Just waiting to see. So if it hit 975, there, just hit it. So it took the trade. So why did it take 157 shares? If I take the entry price minus the stop, or the stop minus the entry price, multiply by 157, I'm going to get approximately $100. It's almost bang on. Minus, you see, it said, well, it's hard to see, but it says minus $99.91. Remember, I'm trying to risk only $100 per trade. So basically, took the stop, divided it into 100, and that got 157 shares. And now, at this point, I can do the same thing. If I wanted to raise the stop, maybe up to here, I could raise it up if I wanted, or use it like a trailing stop right on the chart. It starts to work. Start raising my stop up right on the chart. So everything I just said is part of our standard service. Okay, the one-click trading, using the buy button on the chart, all part of our standard service. Here is where you would need our premium service, and please listen carefully. If you wanted to, you have your own alert windows and you wanted to auto trade like I was doing earlier, I turned my two strategies on and you wanted to auto trade them. So in other words, if the second a symbol shows up, it's going to take the trade. That's auto trading. You would need our premium service. If you want to see our AI in action, you need our premium service. Lastly, if you actually wanted to auto trade the AI, you need our premium service. Plus, you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever appropriate discount there is. Absolutely not mandatory to do that, okay? Mandatory to do that, okay? And what I mean by a one-time licensing fee is that if you decide for whatever reason you want to stop trading for a while and you want to unsubscribe from Trade Ideas, you can do so. Then if you came back, Brokerage Plus is still there for you, okay, in order if you wanted to keep auto trading the AI. But hopefully that makes sense. If you don't care about auto trading at all, then all you need is our standard service. If you don't care about auto trading or seeing the AI, then all you need is our standard service. If you want to see the AI and you wanted to auto trade your own strategies, you need our premium service. And if you wanted to auto trade the AI, you need our premium service, plus you have to buy Brokerage Plus for a one-time licensing fee. All right. Well, I think I'm caught up to all the questions. Well, one of our high flyers from yesterday, AES, Allied Esports, AESE, on the way down. How's GAN doing now? Is it finally giving it up? Yeah, it is. I don't know if the lockup is up today. If you just want our basic scanner, Jason, that's correct. And there's a promo code and a subscription link for you. Well, I mean, you can always downgrade, Jason, if you wanted to. If you wanted to go from premium down to standard, you can do that. You just have to contact our accounting, tell them that's what you want to do, if that's what you want to do. Yeah, nothing really shaking from the AI today, I have to admit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know BK. I mean, I just use smart routing or whatever it's called. In my IB program. I don't know how the other ones work. Okay, Snacker Jacker. So you're looking at a Trade Ideas. This is this is Trade Ideas that you're in. This is the Trade Ideas software, scanning software that you're looking at. Okay, give me one moment here. What time is it? 11:12. I'll be back at about 11:15. Just give me a moment, okay? Yeah, this is just showing you, we're getting rid of this. I can't wait for to get rid of this aggressive, moderate, and conservative, etc. Just showing you what you'd be up if you. I think it's if you risked $100 per trade. Okay, on the various, and I hate even having to explain this because I know we're going to get rid of this aggressive, moderate, and conservative. Okay, I wouldn't, to be honest with you, I don't pay any attention to it. All I care about is seeing I sort on this aggressive profit percent, which basically is just showing you where, like, what you'd be up if you were still in all the trades, even if, there was a stop out or whatever. That's all I really care about, using it as a watch list. So, George, I don't know if you're still around, but yeah, Grumpy, that was kind of uncalled for. I'm just going through some of the chats. Yeah, you're not a clown, George, for asking questions. Okay, it's just that I have to try to balance a little bit about getting into really detailed explanations about things and trading. I have to try to balance it because this is a trading room. Certainly, I can answer questions, but if it gets to the point where I just can't help you kind of quickly, then I have to send not just you but anybody to our tech support so maybe they can take a look at your screen. But otherwise, I could get bogged down for 2 hours on one question. So I do apologize. Grumpy shouldn't have said that. Okay, I'm just scrolling through some of the previous comments. Oh, I see. You mean this screen here? Sid, you're talking about this one? This win percentage and profit factor? Oh, okay, yeah. So this is why we see these ones today, because they have a certain prop or a combination of the win percentage and profit factor. It is a combination that the AI said, okay, this deserves then to be a strategy that we'll look at today. And that's based on the optimization procedure. These are the only ones that made the cut today. Tomorrow, we don't know what strategies, because as I said, the AI will go through the optimization procedure again once the market closes today, runs through all the strategies, and then tomorrow, yeah, some of them could be the same, but we could have completely different strategies that made the cut. Making the cut in theory, okay, in theory is giving us the best those strategies are giving us the best opportunity in terms of how they've been optimized. And now, the AI, of course, does not know what the market's going to do on any given day, the next day. Of course, it can't. So, a lot of long strategies could make the cut, but if, all of a sudden the market just starts to collapse, I'm not saying that's happening today, but if the market starts to collapse, obviously all those long strategies probably aren't going to, trigger, or if they triggered early, maybe when the market was neutral, and then all of a sudden the market turns around and just really starts giving it up, they could turn into losses. Meanwhile, the two that I was just sort of showing in demo mode, not doing too badly, APY and Stratasys. Okay, guys, I'm definitely interested in that last AI alert. You probably, I don't talk about it until afterwards, but I'm definitely interested in it. Who was that short seller, Zach? Do you remember for GSX? Was it Street Sweeper or Citron? It was Muddy Waters. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's probably Muddy Waters. He specializes more in those China stocks. What a tough trader. Look at this. Look how erratic this VTIQ is. I mean, my goodness, $4 swings. Boy, this was one of the stars from yesterday. MYOV. The key, and it's continuing here, and it probably. Oh, I see. It's not going to trigger unless it. Yeah, it's not going to trigger on my watch list. It's in my watch list, but it's not going to trigger unless it took out yesterday's high. So, what stock is that, Black Dog? Hey, you don't have to take the trade if you don't want to. No, it's just a trade. We're not marrying them. Yeah, well, that's all. It's a trade. It's not. It's not a marriage. It's not saying, okay, I love this. I don't even know. I don't have to know anything about it. All I care about is what it looks like on the chart, how much volume it's got. It's all I care about. Not looking to swing it or anything like that. I'm just waiting on it, guys. And again, if you have the AI, it's the one. It's the 11:18 alert Eastern time, of course. Well, of course, that's why I'm waiting on it. Just because I get an AI alert doesn't mean I hop into it immediately. I like to see how it's trading. I there is one alert window that I do have. I don't have it up and running that takes a look at RSI values, oversold and overbought, but I don't use it as the be all and the end all. Well, we don't. I mean, you have a version of trade ideas in E-Trade, okay, or eSignal. Sorry, you're talking. I'm sorry. And E-Trade, yes, I guess, yeah. You have a very, very old version of E-Trade or of trade ideas in E-Trade. So I guess we could say you are in the right room. But I don't know anything. I don't know what you have in E-Trade. It's about a 10-year old version of Trade Ideas, or even longer. Not sure. All right, guys. I'm just waiting on that one to see if it pops up, especially through that that $half, and that is from the AI. That is correct. That is correct, Kelly. But the problem I have is that I don't know. You have such an old version of Trade Ideas within E-Trade, and unfortunately, you see what I unless you have the actual program itself, I have links that I'm sharing with people, but I do know that the links that I have will not work. There is another format or something for me to be able to share links for you to be able to load it into your E-Trade. So I do apologize, and I don't know what that format is. Well, he's got E-Trade, and we also eSignal is also there is a version of Trade Ideas in eSignal, and then E-Trade we've had they've had it for a long time. They were one of our original partners. So in eSignal there is a version of Trade Ideas within eSignal. Again, it's not the full platform, but there is a. Okay, guys, that one is maybe getting ready. The 11:18 Eastern Time alert is from the AI. And if you're wondering why I'm being cryptic about this, the reason is that it's not fair for those of you who pay for the premium service if I'm just going to display it all day long. Well, we do have a news tab, but if you're looking for that so-called instant breaking news that some sites charge for, like $100 a month, I mean, it's not that, but it's pretty close. I mean, if you're just looking for, we have a news filter. Sorry, not a news filter, but a news tab that you can use. That's what I use. Boy, this WRTC, wow. Another look at the move there. I mean, there could be news on this. There's your news. Okay. Look at the volume that just came in. That's what we always talk about. By the time even if there was some late breaking news on it, by the time you read it and all, probably too late. This is where you're acting is on that volume burst. Yes. If you go to tools and then options, and yes, there's the font, so you can the type. Pick the type, the size, you can bold it. Now, it does affect every window, okay? So you can't say, well, I want this one to be this size, this one to be another size. It affects everything. Yeah, you see, Khalid, I'm not sure. I mean, we do have daily candlestick patterns, but I just don't know if you're, if you clicked on, I, I, I'm just not sure if you can do it within E-Trade. I just haven't got a clue. I mean, we have symbol lists. I don't know if you have even access to symbol lists in E-Trade. And then here are our daily candlestick patterns. They're right here. I just don't know if within E-Trade you can do that. You're actually the first person to come in and talk about E-Trade like that. What do these guys do? Ah, I see. Okay, products for law enforcement. Okay, now I'm getting it. I did not realize that. Now this is our pricing for. I mean, you could always just try us out for a month. You could always try us out for a month, and if you don't like it, then you can just go back to your normal E-Trade. No, they're not in there. Black Dog, not anymore. At least I don't think so. That question was asked quite a while ago, but let me just do a search before I. That was, yeah, precision trading. I remember. This is what we have on linear regression. Oops. But I do know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, we don't have that anymore. Precision trading, no. All right, guys. Well, I'm in. Okay. While we were talking there, it's maybe a little bit early, but we'll see. I'd like a better break of that $half number, but we'll see. And that's the 11:18 alert. No. It's from the AI, Izzy. Do you have the AI? If you have the AI, I'm talking about the 11:18 Eastern Time alert. Okay, well then, I'm not going to talk about it yet. I'm talking about it, but I'm not going to disclose it yet. It is really teasing here. If you're following what I'm talking about, it's really teasing. I wish I could follow some of what Real is talking about. Plant, yeah. Oh, Planet Fitness. Wow, yeah. Great break on that weekly chart. Has room up to here, 87. I guess maybe the gyms are opening again. It was flying high in the earlier on PRTS. What a move. I mean, it's an amazing move for this one. Look at this. About a 2-month move from $1.50 all the way up to $9 in a couple of months. US Auto Parts. It's not an all-time high maybe, but meanwhile, FUTU, I say that carefully. FUTU is on the move again. A nice little break here, but I love to see some volume. Imagine if that volume bar, we talk about this all the time, that volume bar was this one, really, really forcing it to move. China stock. Meanwhile, this one, DVAX, was a flyer from yesterday. Now, last 2 days, it is starting to give it up. Okay, guys, so that I don't have to check this. I know I could check it, but can somebody check to see? The GAN lockup period is over this week. Is it today? So that insiders can sell? You know, this is an IPO from back here. I'm pretty sure I read sometime this week is when the lockup period is over. And so that means, again, the insiders can sell. Yeah, nice little push. You're right for the ACM, ACOM. And it has room, 52. Like when I say that, I don't mean today. Just one moment, please. All right, I'm back. All right, another one, PDCO. That's Patterson. Yeah, Patterson Companies, PDCO. A moment here. All right, guys, I'm back. So, guys, I'm getting closer to my break time, another 20 minutes or so. Yeah, I don't know if there's a specific catalyst for somebody asked about a catalyst for FUTU. I don't see any news on it. It might be just, it's China. That's all I can say. I mean, a lot of the China stocks are moving today. Wow, it seems like years ago that I took this. So the AMRH, it's not shortable for me. Just looking, it is starting to give it up. This is one I took right around 905, just a little bit before 905. Pre-market AMRH. No idea. No idea why it would say something like that. There might be an explanation, but I just don't have it. Maybe Google it and see how can it be. I don't know. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't have an explanation. Come on. Oh, there's a lot about the market I don't know. I'm very, in the macro level, I don't get too involved. I'm very focused just on the things that I kind of know about, and that's about it. I mean, I'm not saying I don't know, have any other knowledge, but and because I'm not that much of a fundamental trader, things like that I don't really care about. I don't really personally, I just don't care about it that much. So knowing what that meant would really would mean nothing to me. I don't know what I don't know exactly. All right, guys. I did take some out. I'm just worried that is not taking out that the 60 level. I want to see it take that 60 level. So I just took some out. I'll tell you what, I took it out at 359. I was in at 348, 359, out some, just in case. And that is the 1118 AI alert. All right, guys. Just waiting on that one. See if it can really pop out. You know where I'm waiting for. I think if it gets into the 60s, it could have a nice little run, but we'll see. Okay, good to know. All right, guys. What time is it? 11:48. Okay, I'm getting set closer to my break. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys. Let's see now. MYOV. No, you can't do it. Top 10 news. No, I mean, because, who. Your idea of top 10 news versus somebody else's top 10 could be entirely different. But even if that were the case, even if there was a consensus, no, you can't do it. Okay, Alex, are you listening to me? Can you see my screen? I'm answering you in YouTube. Waiting for an answer from you to make sure before I demonstrate. So Alex, can you hear me in the YouTube feed? You're asking about how to zoom into a chart. Okay, I better type this in. Can you hear me, Alex? Nicely done reel on the PRTS. On the drop. Okay, guys, it may not be over the the 11:18. I'm just waiting. Actually, there are a couple. There are two interesting ones. Not as wild about the 11:13 one. It is it's in the price range I do like, but not as wild about that one. Definitely more interested in the other one. Boy, this is just not wanting to quit. MYOV did have a bit of a pullback from yesterday's high. It was about 19. That's a big pullback, actually. It like a $2 pullback from the highs. Rezi, you've come back. REZI has come back, but I'm going to be taking my break, so I'm not sure. Just give me a moment here. Okay, Alex, I'm trying to answer you, but you're not responding to me in the YouTube feed, so I'm not sure how I can help you. I can easily help. This is for anybody else who's wondering how to zoom in on a chart. Okay. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and use your scroll wheel to scroll in and out. This is in the app. Okay, I don't. The web-based version might be a little bit different, but boy, the goose guys, I tell you, this was a big area for to try to take out on that weekly chart. Now it has a little bit of room, a little bit of room. All right, so this one, obviously, Cinemedia. So are they actually theaters? Digital in theater network. Okay. Not a low float, 77 million in the float, but it's having a pretty nice little day. Trading a little bit over 3 times normal. And look at the potential for this one. Not much. To be honest, it's not much, in my opinion. There's a lot of probably resistance around that 320 level. So it's not that, doesn't have that much more to go before it probably going to hit some resistance. Okay, guys, it finally made it through. It finally made it through that where I was looking. So let's see if this continues. And I can tell you now, obviously I've been talking about the GNUS, okay? There was the alert at 339, nice 7%, 363. I did not get in at 339. I got in at 348. That's why I say, I don't care about, it doesn't, you don't have to get in right at the penny. Yes, I was giving up some, but I wanted to see wanted to see how it would trade around that 350 mark. So I was in at 348 and I sold some at 359, and now I have to see how much further it can go. If you look left on the monthly chart, $4 or so. So we'll see. Finally, I'm glad I can not be as cryptic. Of course, I traded it earlier today also. This is a really tough trader. Let's see this. I mean, this is the warrant, but let's take a look at VTIQ. The definition of chop, 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 chop. I have some, yes. I mean, as a proud owner of 2 of their jackets, plus or 3 in the household. We're talking about the goose. All right, guys, I'm just going to put I'm not gone quite yet, but I'll be back around 12:30. I'm just waiting for Steve to take over in the YouTube feed. Okay, I'm going to be putting myself on. Okay, so we'll see you guys around 12:30.
All right, great. Looks like we have a handoff. Thank you, Barry. Hello, everybody, trade ideas users and tire kickers alike. This is the portion of the day where one of us steps in here and takes over the live YouTube feed and uses this time for Q&A. So if people were like waiting for a demonstration of something or looking for a bit of technical support or program support, we're here to help. Alex, is there anyone who can help me figure out how to zoom into the charts? Great question, Alex. Watch what we're going to do here. I'm going to highlight this 15-minute chart. Now that the chart is activated, in other words, the window is activated, I've clicked it with my mouse once, I can hold down the control key and then spin my mouse wheel, and it gives us the exact tool that you need, that you're asking for here, I believe, Alex. So, control key, mouse wheel. If you don't hold the control key down, look what happens. You just kind of go backwards in time, and that doesn't really serve a great purpose. So I'll just zoom back out here to my liking, something about like that. So hopefully that helps you, Alex. All right. As you can see, I've got Real Networks here. Big move last week. Participated in that, and been waiting for it to pull back and touch the 10-period moving average, which it has done roughly right here. So I bought some in my other account, and I bought some in the simulated account here. I'll buy another. How would that make a round 2,000? That'd be 1,865. Let's see if we can round that out to 10,000 on the simulator. There we go. All right. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll just play in the simulator some of the same things I'm doing in another account down here, just to kind of keep an eye on things. All right. So yeah, our questions box is open here, and got Alex hopefully squared away on the Zoom feature. Anybody else that wants to use the chat feature can come on in and type away. So on this real network position, what I've done is I've probably taken a half a half position, a starter size, and just to kind of get it on the radar down here at this 10-period moving average. And then I'm just going to kind of watch it. And as the day progresses, maybe if this thing gets a couple of nice green candles, and let's get my very important pen illustrator out. When will I add the second half of this position? Well, I'm going to wait for this 10-period moving average to be breached to the upside. So if we can get a nice candle sometime today and take out that 10-period moving average, I'll probably add the second half of my Real Networks position here. So had a good trade on it, wrote it there through the second day and sold it up there. Again, it's the day and a half. I talk a lot about that. When you're playing momentum and you're going to carry it overnight, you can get a good day and a half out of these things. If they close strong, you get some follow through the following day as the people chase it and the shorts get squeezed. But then about an hour or two into the following day, you start to see short-term traders running for the exits to take their profits, and I was one of them. And I said, I'll revisit this thing if it comes back and touches that 10-day moving average, because this volume and this move that we had is really nothing to sneeze at. And we can time the jump rope again for a possible secondary move. Starting to get a bit more bids coming in here, which is nice. That may have been the reversal area. You can see I pecked around here with about 3 different buy points in the simulating trader, but that's, I might even do that in real life as well. But for the most part, I've got about 2/3 position right now in Real Networks. What else looks good? X is looking kind of interesting as well. There's a big short float, 31% roughly, and X US Steel is starting to get a little cup and handly looking there. So keep an eye on that one too. We'll talk later today in my webinar in the afternoon about the semiconductor, which was the trade of the week in SMH ETF. And they did what I hate the market does sometimes. It picks its head out, tries to get people along, and then reverses. But the point is to not buy a ton of shares, is to buy enough shares so that you can withstand, I believe the stop in this one is the 20 period. So you need to buy enough shares so you can withstand these types of moves, just in case they try and shake out the price before they go off again. Because rarely will the price just move through like butter and then just continue. Price loves to go through, reverse, shake people out, confuse, obfuscate, and then move in the right direction. Well, I know my audio is working because if I unmute myself, I hear myself on delay. So if anybody out there wants any demonstrations of anything, I know I sent somebody in here from support earlier. Maybe they're not here yet. But I'm just going to kind of dally around here. School is in, that's right. If you want it, I'll try and help. This is my liked symbols, which you get on this channel right here, Stocks I Like. And everything that's on here are things that I have been watching. This Carvana, sheesh. I was long this and got out for a small loss. Why did I get out? Because look at this. The price just kept closing below the moving averages last week and yesterday. Didn't like it. Wait, the trading gods have a great sense of humor. The memo circulated that I got out, and so it was free to do what I thought it might do today. Just a day late. Short float, big short float in Carvana, 48%. And if you think about it, people are probably not buying cars on lots right now. They're probably going online because of the whole COVID thing. And that really is why a lot of setups are on this A-table scan. Restoration Hardware, Carvana, what's the Appian? There's a lot of Wayfair, buying furniture online, again online. Peloton, exercising online. Carvana, buying cars online. So a lot of stocks and companies that got caught with maybe a lot of short sellers are now being squeezed, and they seem to show up on this A-table scan. What was your buy price and stop on Real Network? Okay, so Stephanie, on Real Network, my buy price, I'll tell you, again, it was in pieces. I've been buying it in pieces. The first stop was right around the 155. I've got that in currently. 155. Now, why did I wait? Or, excuse me, why did I get impatient and buy here? Because the moving average wasn't quite there yet. I'll tell you exactly why. Because this thing was really darn strong. Look at how many days it didn't let the 10 period move it, touch it. So then we had the perfect setup here, the sideways action. In my mind, it would have been perfect if the price came down and triggered that 10 period, the algos reverse, and then move higher. But look, they never did that. They literally were repelled and repulsed by the 10 period. There was space in here. They never touched. So with that in the back of my mind, I thought, I really want to participate in this possible pullback on this thing that's coming to life here with good volume. The last thing I want to do is be patient, which is good, but be too patient and wait for a touching of the line when in fact the price action, let's call it the personality of this stock. The personality of this stock didn't even touch on the last consolidation. So in case there was no touching of the 10 period moving average, I wanted in regardless, and then I could always add to my shares if I was right. I knew that if I was wrong, I'm going to have to sit through a bit of a pullback here on half my size, and that's kind of where we are right now. What is my stop going to be? My stop's probably going to be this 200-day moving average. You see how that acted as resistance prior? I really don't want to see it, because if it comes back here and closes down here, that means the momentum is broken, because in my world, the 10 period moving average there is the line, the guiding hand of momentum. And if Real Networks is in fact in a storm of momentum and probably short covering too, there's not a lot of shorts in there. Look at this as we're speaking. Look at how it's starting to just behave itself as we're speaking here. Now we've got that little overshoot wick, which is perfect. I'll zoom in here because I know you said it was hard to see. Our little overshoot wick is working perfectly. By the end of the day, this may be just 20/20 clear hindsight that this was the place to buy. And so I like to enter my swing trades as a contrarian. If you're entering your swing trades chasing the herd up here, you have very short-lived opportunity. If you're waiting for the herd to come running to you and be scared, well, find that moment. And in my moment, the 10 period moving average is pretty golden. Lean on that as an entry. And if you're wrong, well, you can withstand this. This didn't bother me at all. As I told you, if it overshot it, okay, it does that sometimes. The important point is we can't let this daily candle close underneath that line. It's very normal for them to push through, overshoot, try and run the stops, and then reverse. So in the moment, as we speak here, it's doing exactly what I hoped. It's stabilizing right here. Now let's say maybe an hour or two later, as we get towards closer to the end of the day. If I start to see the price back above this moving average flattening out, and the price starting to hold above that moving average, guess what? I'm going to add the final 1/3. Because I did sneak another 1/3 in here, down here, as we touched a little bit lower. So I'm slowly building into the price. Now, this is not to be confused with averaging a loser. I'm not averaging a loser. I'm scaling into a position. Averaging a loser would be as if I just told you Real Networks comes down here tomorrow, closes great today, but then falls out of bed tomorrow and trades below the 200-day moving average, which I said is going to be my out. Well, if I start doubling up down there, that's averaging a loser. When you start doubling down when you're supposed to be getting out, you're not doing it right. So the ability to get in, the way I said, waiting for 3 big red candles here on the daily gives me so much more staying power of an entry down here. It can throw elbows and kick me in the face all at once, but as long as it doesn't threaten my stop down here, I'm okay with it. So I'm essentially taking the shares off of the people that were late and feeling comfortable and running with the herd, trying to get in front of the herd. That never works. They're now coughing up their shares to somebody who trades like myself, looking for a contrarian entry. The float. Can you speak about the float, Toronto? Yes. So let's assume you've got a stock, like IBM. How many shares are traded in IBM? What's the float? The total float in IBM. Let's just round up. I'm going to call that 1 billion shares. That's kind of what I thought it would be. Float in IBM is 890 some odd million shares. All right, let's look at that like a tanker, an oil tanker. Can that thing turn on a dime? Probably not. There's too many shares in that thing. But what about Real Networks? What does Real Networks have for a float? Oh, well, gee, it only has 24 million shares. Real Networks is a speedboat compared to a giant oil tanker like IBM. And when you get into a speedboat, you can start to get moves like this in one day, 50% moves in one day. You can't get that with a giant float of IBM. So the lower the float, the more squirrely, the more volatile, the more crazy the price action can be, because there are less waypoints to trade. The people that do want to buy or sell, they've got their points out there, and the people that don't want to buy or sell, they're holding on to their shares. That doesn't leave very many liquid opportunities to bounce the price around like you'd have with a $1 billion float in IBM. So that's the big difference. So I hold stops overnight. Yes, Stephanie, I will hold stops overnight, and I'll even give you a bit of a wrinkle on that. I will actually pull stops the next morning if I'm underwater and the price action looks like it's coming and fishing for my stops. I'll actually pull those stops in the first half an hour only. I would never pull those stops midday or late in the day. That means sellers are coming to get me. But early in the day, the first 30 minutes, that's where the predatory algos hunt. And what are they hunting? They're hunting all those free commissions you guys have now, but it's not free. It comes at a price. Your broker, it doesn't matter who it is selling out your good till canceled stop order. So you go to work and you put in a hard stop in Real Networks at $1.25 and you turn your back on it. Well, the next morning when the market opens up, all these algorithms that run the market, like Citadel and Virtue, they're now the pay for order flow, the Bernie Madoffs in the electronic age. They see all those good till canceled stop orders, and they start to see a collection of them under certain key levels. Well, guess what they do? They mow them down like a bowling ball, then they reverse and take a position long. So I got stopped out of too many trades in the first 15 minutes, only to watch the stock close very much higher at the end of the day, and that's really annoying. So for that reason alone, I will actually pull my stop, and in the long run, it has helped keep me in trades. Sure, there are times where maybe I wish I hadn't done that because it gives me a bigger loss, but when the smoke settles, if you did that for 10 trades, you're going to come out okay. You're going to stay in the trades you need to stay in. So the point is, that's the time of day where the algorithms are literally hunting your good till canceled stop orders. And so I don't mind doing that. I will not take home swing positions in a stock that's having earnings after the close. That's not wise, because I know there's going to be a dramatic event that's going to basically change all the price models after hours, and I'm essentially gambling the next morning, hoping that not only the earnings that were reported were in line with me, But how did the market react? I mean, how many times have you seen decent earnings and the market does nothing, or the stock does nothing, or starts to sell off the next day? That means that the earnings were already priced into the action coming into that day. So you never really know how the market or how a price or stock is going to react to an earnings. So for that reason, I wouldn't take those home. And lastly, the other thing I will not take home are biotech stocks, because I've been burned on those. Biotechs are notorious for losing an FDA check mark or something along the way, and they can lose 50% of their value overnight before you even know what happened. So there's really no reason, in my opinion, to swing trade biotech stocks. All right, so the action is doing what I would hope. We're going to come up and we're going to meet the declining 10-period moving average here on a 15-minute chart in the next half an hour probably. And then that's going to be where the real battle occurs. Ideally, it recaptures that intraday, and if it does that, it's going to look really nice on the daily. We'll have that beautiful bottoming wick, piercing the 10-period moving average and bouncing right through it like a trampoline. So far, it's doing everything I hope it would do. Even though I might have been a bit early, but as I said, it's no fun trying to be too patient when a stock is so strong, it won't even pull back and touch that line as it did back here at the end of May. All right, I think we're all caught up on a couple of those good questions. Hello, Mike C. Yeah, we're caught up there. All right, let's see. Somebody said, please display the TI window that shows the various indicators and strategies. Average, true range. Well, you mean the configuration window, I would imagine. The configuration window, and then the search tab. In the search tab, those are all of our events. Those are all algorithms that are going to tell you something in real time just happened. And then the filters are going to look like those, the blue and purple ones. So is that what you were looking for? And then to take it a step further, if you want an explanation on what is a check mark, what is that? I've never heard of that. So you would highlight that and you would click help. And help would bring you to our documentation page. So pop on, and that checks I'm terrible with names, I'm sorry. It took us right to checkmark here. So again, this is our help documentation online. If you're looking for something like that, you just highlight what you're looking for and then click the help button and you'll get that. Now keep in mind, notice when I go to the T windows, the topless window, and I go to config here, I'm relegated to only choosing filters in the search. And some of the filters like spread or other things that you'll see in the A window, alert windows, might even show up. So each library, each tab is going to be specific to the type of window. T window for top list. And then we go back to the A window, the configure and alert windows. You've got all these events that you can play with as well. So the tabs will be a little different depending upon what window type you're in. Well, maybe it'll be nice if we can get real networks back above 150. It looks like there was some good 45 minutes of support there for the most part around 150, and that'll probably turn back into resistance here in a little bit. The price action hopefully will fight through that 150, and if I can get a close above 150 for today in real networks, I feel like it's a victory and a good position for tomorrow. I don't anticipate today to be the day. Today is the day it's working off this third day of selling, and it's just going to kind of chop around here and try and defend, hopefully defend this 10-day moving average. And again, anything at 150 or above, I'm going to consider a pretty good victory for the entries that I've been taking down here. I'm also in F cell from a couple days ago. Funny story here. My friend Brian Shannon, Alpha Trends, was trying to get me to take a good look at it. He and I trade a little different. It was on this day here. He was already positioned, and he said, well, I said, Brian, I can't buy that. I can't be the guy that I just talked about chasing all that space in between the 10 period and the current price. So I put it on my radar, and I watched it. Well, look at what happened on Friday, 2 days ago. It came back, and right there I was laying in wait for 2.5 days of selling, and I picked up some F cell, just like I'm trying to do here now in Real Networks. And then yesterday I held that line again. Today it's just kind of a day of rest, but nonetheless, I didn't chase here. I was patient, and I'm in here. So those are the two reasons you see those positions on my sim trader with a lot more shares than I would have in real life, because I'm just playing around and keeping an eye on them. But these are two real trades in another account. All right, yeah, we're caught up here on those questions. If anybody wants to take us in a new direction, you feel free. This Easy Corp might be doing kind of the same thing. It's a nationwide pawn shops, probably having an influx of business. But I'm just going down my watch list here, things that I've been finding interesting. What does a red hammer tell me as opposed to a green hammer? It never really does. If it's a daily candle, I'd prefer to see a green hammer. So if you're speaking on a daily candle, I'd prefer to see a green hammer, but it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be. On an intraday, I wouldn't pay attention. I'm more concerned with how the price closes. But I tell you, for somebody who does like that, let's just play around here for a second. What if we wanted to look for 60-minute hammers? Because I think that can be an interesting time frame for intraday reversals. So we'll type in keyword hammer. There's our time period, 60. 60-minute hammer. Let's add that and make that an alert. All right, now let's just see out of those stocks. Let's get rid of all these hide unused. Relative volume, I want to keep that in there. I'm going to want a relative volume of something that's doing at least 30% more normal volume for this time of day. And I'm also going to want at least a average daily volume. So we'll do average daily volume. We'll do 400,000. So we're going to say, show us all the stocks, with $5 price, 500 minimum, that average at least 400,000 shares a day, but are currently doing 30% more volume than normal. I'm going to add one more filter here. It's called the score filter. This is going to determine stock composite rating. This is going to determine that I don't see stocks in downtrends. Look at this as like a bell curve in your college class, all right? So if I put in 80%, I'm going to see 80 and higher. I'm going to see the B students, the B plus students, and the A students. That means they got pretty good charts fundamentally, and more importantly, pretty good charts technically. Probably not going to see a lot of down scans. So for those that were not aware, you can accomplish a lot of filtering by just saying, look, I want to see stocks pretty much going from lower left to upper right, or in an uptrend or a sideways trend for the most part. I don't want to see stocks in a downtrend. Those would be your C, D, and F students. So we've filtered those to minimum 80 percentile on the bell curve of good looking charts. So with that, we're going to take our event, which is a 60-minute hammer. And let's just launch this thing and see what we get. I'm going to take my time frame and we're going to go to 60 minutes, and I see that we have nothing today. So the first thing I'm going to do is turn off that relative volume filter. That will likely bring in more ideas. I was hoping we'd see something there, but no. Do we have any 60? Oh, geez, 60. Real Networks is starting to look like a 60-minute hammer. Maybe it'll actually come through for us. But here's the deal. It has to finish drawing. And that may be the case here in 5 minutes. Yes, you can show the pre-market in your charts, and you can scan for some items pre-market on the filters. Let's just turn off that score and see if we can get something in here, for God's sakes. Wow, nothing, huh? What about yesterday? Okay, so yesterday there was a hammer at, there we go. See that arrow pointing to that hammer yesterday? Boy, is that the only one we had? Interesting, we're not having a lot of 60-minute hammers. Let's try and do something a little different. Let's go to the 30-minute hammer and see if we can do that. You can see how we kind of have to work around sometimes. We might not always get what we're looking for or expect to get. Let's see if this brings us something. Okay, so X per, let's go to time frame so we see it. 30. All right, X per. This was today. Let's do everything today. Oh, we got a lot of 30-minute hammers today. And what we should start to see are the arrows that are giving us these. Here we go. So the arrow is actually going to be just after. As I mentioned a moment ago, the hammer has to close. And there is a nice 30-minute hammer, but the arrow shows up on the subsequent candle. On these, you just need to realize, yeah, it's showing us that the prior candle was a hammer, and we might be trying to build off of that. Hey, building off a 30-minute hammer, there you go. Doing it right there. This one is still pretty low. It's giving some back. Building off that hammer there. Wendy's, what's Wendy's doing? Hey, Wendy's had a 30-minute hammer. It's building off of that. So for those of you, and Stephanie, I think, asked that question, if you're looking for midday type of hammers, I think we found something that could be interesting. Not a bad scan. And what I'll do is I'll just go back to real time, and if anybody wants this starting point, I'll just give it to you. I'll copy it and put it in the chat window. 30-minute hammers. And I'll close that down. The TI window that shows various indicators. Okay, we did that. Config, red hammer, we did that. Thank you, Santosh. Communications major in college, so maybe I'm a little better at explaining things that are difficult. The pre-market window. Yes, the pre-market window is essentially... Oh, did they change the image on me? Where did it go? Pre-market, they did. Okay, so this is the pre-market. I'll go ahead and click it, which means we're going to lose my entire layout, but as I've done, I have saved my layout early and often, so when I come back to it, nothing will have changed, and I didn't really make any changes. So if we go to pre-market, you get this pre-designed layout that gives you a top list of showing you everything that gapped up. Now, mind you, these numbers are not going to change anymore. INPX gapped up 30.3%, and that's it. Nothing's going to change. The T in the red are the gap downs. All right, BBW gapped down 7%. Might be trading back up now, but that's where it started. So the pre-market window is going to give you that list of stocks that are gapping or trading very far away from yesterday's close in pre-market. And then we have this one, a multi-strategy window, which is showing you highs and lows and volume spikes here in the pre-market. So these are the two different pre-configured. Let's say you actually like this idea, and so you come to this channel and you essentially just take it, save to my cloud. All right, it's saved. So we'll go back and load my layout, my default layout. Yep, Stephanie, the best trades are the ones where you don't pay attention to them and they start working for you. And then you can just take your attention off of it and you'll be guaranteed to not talk yourself out of trading out of a good trade. Yeah, looking good. It's exactly what I want to see. I'll probably add to this one before the close. I'm going to wait for confirmation because we are right here. There's nothing to say that this moving average can't throw the price back down again. So I'm going to wait for confirmation, and it might take another half an hour or 2 hours, maybe at the longest, before the price gets back above this 10 SMA. But to finish what we did, we took a scan from the pre-market channel, and now that we're back on our own little wheelhouse here, we can load from the cloud, and it's just waiting for me right there. Pre-market movers. So now I can use this one in my layout if I wanted to. Okay, so that hopefully, Enoch, helps you with the pre-market. That's how you can get there, how you use it, and how you can save those ideas. Jason. Okay, good one. Very interesting. Could you explain the psychology behind a hammer? Sure, especially on a daily chart, Stephanie, with what Real Networks is doing here. They're more significant on daily charts. It basically just meant it was the point at which there was a turn, there was a washout. I actually have a scan here called washout bounce. I don't know if it's got anything good in it today. Sometimes we can see other examples of things that are washing out on the open, like I was talking about earlier with the stop hunting. Looks like it's just these two today because they both had kind of an opening candle. But yeah, back to Real Networks. The hammer candle signifies a reversal typically. Look at this hammer, it's upside down. We call that an inverted candle. It basically just signified the momentum was so strong that it reached its point of return, zenith, whatever you want to call it. Rubber band just said enough and had to start pulling back. When we see that long tail, that long wick, it just signifies that there was a lot of range in that particular day, and that range happened to have been a major reversal. So when you see a color like red, well, it was a bad day, or a color like green, it was a long range, but there was no reversal. It was just solid buying. That's what I hope to see tomorrow in Real Networks. So for today, it's just a piece of the puzzle. I would love to see, if it closed right here like it is right now, I would be ecstatic because it did exactly what I hoped when we tested it here and buying 2/3 of my position down here off that line. Okay. Unless you're a momentum trader. Yep. Tagging on to his prior joke. Good one. All right, so let's just kind of wheel around the market here and see what's going on in the bigger picture. I'll zoom in on today a little bit. We had a break and then a reversal. It's just a perfect doji, exactly. Just not going anywhere. I spoke a lot yesterday about the 200-day moving average there. This flat line was pretty ominous 2 weeks ago as we crept up underneath it, pushed through, closed right on it, and then 5 days of trading since then above. This was kind of the last hurdle that I think the bears could have at least tried to hang their hat on. They've got nothing now. They've really got nothing. The price action's back in clean air as opposed to turbulent air back here. Very turbulent air. But now we're above all moving averages and we're up here in clean air. There's just not much to, try and lean on if you're a short seller. Sure, you can think of all the different ways in the world and right now why the market should be down 2,000 points in the Dow, but that doesn't matter what you think. The market is giving us the real story. A little bit of red coming in here on Real Networks, perfectly, as I would expect. Bounces right into the declining momentum line there. We're going to see probably a little choppy action here for a little bit. So you can see I'm not a fast and furious day trader like some of the people who do use our programs, which is great. You can use the low float, the high float, short float, squeezes. Ross Cameron uses the low float stocks to find where the action is. Action's fun until it goes against you. I'm just too old for that action. I used to do that kind of stuff, but since the algorithms took over, it's a lot harder for me to gauge and a lot harder for me to want to just sit there and bang away. I'd rather pull back and talk to you guys You just kind of check in on the position every now and then. And as long as it's doing what I want, there's no reason to get out. That's one of the worst things you can do as a trader is you get up in a position and you start getting some profit and you talk yourself out because you don't want to see that profit disappear and go back to zero and you leave a bunch of money on the table. That happens. Or you do what I did in Carvana. I mean, there really was a reason to get out. It kind of broke my rules, so I got out. But a day later, it's just looking back and laughing at me. I wasn't patient, but had I been patient, and come on, Carvana, had I been patient in Carvana, I kind of would have been breaking my rules because again, boy, my charts just went ahead and died on me all of a sudden, didn't they? Here we go. I would have been breaking my rules in Carvana. Why? Because look at this free floating candle down here. You know, I gave it the 10. All right, I let it close below the 10. I let it bounce above the 20, and then it said, nope. At some point, you got to just make a decision, and that was my decision. And now I'm just kind of looking and laughing that the trading gods have a funny sense of humor. Enoch, I'm not on any channel. I'm on my own configuration. So every time I save my layout, if I add a new window that I took from the cloud, I can load any window from the cloud right now that I wanted to and position that window and then save it. Saving it to your layout is the most important thing, and letting the system name it default layout is important because that's what you start with. If you start the program up tomorrow, all the windows are right there, right where you left them, because it's your default layout. If you want to use auto trading, sure, that's up to you. But I would tell you if you're new to the market, new to trading, you really shouldn't jump in the deep end of a riptide, and that would be auto trading. You want to at least kind of learn a little bit about what's going on, and then in my experience and our experience here, if you're somebody who just doesn't want to make a decision and don't want to be held accountable for your own decisions, sure, you could use these AI signals as to when to get in and get out. The AI said get in on this one, GNUS at 339, but it looks like the AI got out at 352. Okay, but right now we're at 364, which is just about ready to prove my point. There was no reason to get out of this trade. The AI simply gets out of a lot of trades way too early. If you can manage those trades, the value is in the entry. Let the AI serve you up the entry, and then you take it from there. And what do I mean by that? It's the same thing we've been talking about. Is this 10-period moving average getting the price to now close below it? No. So stay in this trade, even though the AI got out a bit early. The price is now higher. So this is a micro example across the board. We see conservative P&L much lower than the moderate P&L. And that simply means moderate is that the trader is managing their own trade. Whereas the conservative, the trader's doing nothing. They're just following instructions of the AI. And I can tell you honestly, you're going to leave profits on the table when you do that. And anytime you leave profits on the table, it's a severe headwind for being successful at this. Let's look at this one. Beautiful example, Steve. The AI got out. I'll just show you visually where the color changes right here, where the colors go from dark to light. That's where the AI got out. The AI got out of this one at 46.54. That was the entry. Oh, I'm sorry. It got in here and it basically kind of got out for a flat. And now that the AI is out at 46.54, the price just keeps going higher. So anybody who didn't have it set to be exiting automatically, they're now managing a profitable trade. So the point is, yes, you can auto trade, but with some limitations. You really can't turn your back on this stuff. You really should keep an eye on it. All right. So getting into the SPY now, a swing trade would be possible getting in when it hits. Yes, so if I was looking to swing trade the SPY, I wouldn't do it right here because there's just too much space between the 10-period simple moving average and that. A sideways action over the next few days would be cool, and then if it comes down and violently sells and then reverses off of that moving average, That would be interesting to me. I love price action that's going sideways for a few days, gives a bit of a head fake to the downside, reverses with what we just talked about, a hammer wick. That's pretty juicy in my book, as long as the trend is up and it's above all moving averages. Let's go through the A table here and see if there were some examples in the past. We've looked at Carvana. Here's one. So you have this gap up in K and X, got ahead of itself, pulled back, pulled back, pulled back, and this day right there literally kissed the top 10 period moving average there, and that's all it needed, in my opinion. These are where the algos shift their bias and start becoming buyers instead. That's the area you want to be looking to buy, whether it's the S&P or whether it's Wayfair or anything else. So here's a great example of not working. All right, nice gap. Probably I don't think I was here for this trade, but I was probably salivating watching for this trade right there. Ideally, it could have bounced off there, but look, it didn't. What did it do? It put a closing price below the 10 period. Even though it's a green candle, it closed below the 10 period. No reason to be in there. No reason to be in that trade whatsoever. And look at what has happened. It basically spent about 2 weeks being trapped under the 10 period. But miraculously, something's changed. It recovered and is now moving back higher again. That's a pretty sloppy setup. All I wanted to show you is if you did buy right here, your out was the very next day in my book. What else could be on here in hindsight that could be an interesting entry? Way back here, Ollie coming back and then never really springboarded off, but boy, it spent 3 or 4 days respecting that 10 period moving average, and then it finally took off. All right, blasted right through it. Nothing to even look at on that day of closing. Again, I like the sideways stuff that comes right into it. Great case to have been made for Peloton here, respecting the 10-day respect, and then it closed below. Ugh. Spent a couple days below. Now it's recovered again. But still not the semblance that I would like to see. I want to see something that's just doing beautiful sideways action and gets pushed up. Well, this thing's rather volatile, but it's respecting the line. Perfect pullback on SRPT back then. AIGO is looking pretty good. I kind of like this, but it's a pharmaceutical. I'm not going to take that home. I should probably just get that off my list. I'm not going to trust it, but the sideways action as the moving average comes up to meet the price, that's very compelling. So you can imprint on those types of setups. IIVI, is this another? It looks like Lens Manufacturing. Interesting looking chart. It looks like it's getting ready to do something after a couple of false breakouts. Look at how it's, once it closed below, it can't even get back above. ENPH. Can't get back above. I wouldn't buy that with Andy's money or Jamie's money. The yellow color, when it moves across stocks, I think you may have like window surfing turned on. I've got mine turned off, like this right there. If you have idea surfing, it's gonna cycle through and start changing my charts for me like an old AM radio car. Seek. I keep that turned off. So if that's what you're seeing, that's what that was. Square, really nice hammer reversal, reclaiming the 10 period, and then 3 days of riding it and whoop right off of it. Very nice looking chart there. But I don't see anything in the moment other than real networks that I really like in my my universe. So it's all about getting a candle to close here on the 15-minute above that 10 period moving average, in my opinion. All right, we're caught up at 5-minute hammer on CCL on Carnival Cruise Line. 5-minute hammer is rough. It's kind of hard for me to get excited about. But let's look at Carnival Cruise Line for a second here. It's respecting the moving average. look how if you were this guy buying up here, you pretty much immediately were in pain this day. But if you were patient and waited to be this guy, taking those shares off of this guy who was too impatient because he bought with too much space in between the momentum line, you're pretty happy. So we can say whatever we want about Carnival and who's going to jump back on those ships and who isn't. All we can do is look at what the price action tells us. And right now it's pretty constructive. It broke through the declining 50-day. Nice sideways action. Pushed through. Worked off some of that push through, basically pulled back to the high end of that little 5-day range back here, and now moving higher. Carnival looks constructive. If you were sitting long that, I wouldn't blame you. All right, now we're getting ready to draw some new candles here on the 15. Maybe this is the candle at the top of the hour that moves a little bit higher and officially posts a close, which would be the first 15-minute candle close above this treacherous morning, this treacherous sell-off in real networks. All the people that bought too late were panicking and selling at a loss. All the people that bought and held on and were way too greedy are now panicking and selling to try and scavenge whatever profit they do have left. Whereas myself and other people like-minded, we're just kind of sitting and waiting and doing the opposite. So we'll see how it goes. I'll be offline here in about another 10 or 11 minutes, so if anybody wants to get anything in before then. Is it possible? Yes. Is it possible to filter by the amount of trades hitting the tape? It's possible to filter how many new highs you want to see or don't see. It's called the count. So if you're using something with a new high, I go to configure and you would use the filter called count. And let's go and just read what count does. Bottom. These filters based on the value of the column tells us how many alerts like this the server has reported. It starts over at midnight. So let's say you don't want to see a stock until it's made 40 new highs. Okay, well if new high was our event, well you would use the count filter and you would say don't show me a new high until we've reached 40 of them. Or subsequently, if you don't want to see anymore, stop showing me new highs after we've hit 10 of them. So count is one way in which you can kind of put a lid on or limit when you want to start seeing. As far as trades hitting the tape, we don't necessarily filter for each and every print. Let's just see what we have for the keyword print, because that would be the word. Okay, we have unusual number of prints. It's basically going to tell you, let's see a stock is just ticking like, trade, 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 but all of a sudden, that's what this is going to pick up right here, an unusual amount of immediate trades coming through. You can use this as your actual event. The whole scan can be predicated around this, and then you can use your filters from there. So that's possible for filtering, but that's not really what you're asking. You're saying, is it possible to filter the amount of trades hitting the tape? No, there really isn't. We're just, we have our mouth wide open receiving the data feed that we get, and we use them all. So hopefully something I showed you there might have helped a little bit. Probably the count. I would say the count, because if you have an alert, if you have an A window and you have an active stock and it's just making tons of new highs and you're just sick of seeing that same symbol, you can do that, or watch what else you can do. You go to properties in an A window and it's called don't repeat. Don't repeat. So I'm saying I don't want to see this symbol more than once a minute. Now I could say, don't show me that symbol more than once every 5 minutes. That's also something for you, Otto. might find that valuable. Well, for the moment, we are trading above my real network example here. The 10-period moving average is about at 150. The price is at 152. But as I told you, price doesn't matter. The only price that matters is the closing price. So we still have 9 or 10 minutes here to go to see if I can instill a bit more confidence that this is the reversal at these levels here after 3.5 days of pretty good selling. How does Brokerage Plus work in the same as time and sales? Well, if you'll notice, Brokerage Plus is just going to show us the last trade. Actually, yeah, it's going to just show us the last. So anytime there's a new price traded, if Real Networks goes to 153 in the next trade, that last column will update with a new price. How does okay, I misread your question. How does Brokerage Plus work? Is it the same as Thinkorswim? I thought it was time and sales. I mean, Thinkorswim is another platform altogether, and I don't know if they have if they have a simulated trader. I'm not really sure how that works over there. As it is now, I mean, you have to have an interactive brokerage account to make Brokerage Plus work in a real mode. Soon that will be opened up to, I believe, E-Trade and TD Ameritrade. I don't know when. But how does Brokerage Plus work? Is it the same as Thinkorswim? I think it's different than Thinkorswim in that Thinkorswim doesn't have scans, I don't think, that they can take and plug into an auto trader and have that auto trader trade it for them. If they do, then I'm mistaken. I'm not familiar really at all with what they do. This is the only tool I've used since inception. Let's check in on this one. This is kind of does what I talked about earlier. It looks for things that are coming back and touching the 10-period moving average as a new low in the moment. Let's just see, VRTX, ATVI. So that arrow is going to be the moment in time. So the price went lower, but now it's trying to bounce higher. That's rather tricky. Again, these are going to try and find some of those washouts I talked about on the open, where they try and take and steal your shares and then move the price higher. Sometimes they'll show up on this scan, but the trick is you got to basically look at it with our arrow down here and say, geez, do I trust this thing at 65, 56? You can see on the daily chart, it pulled back and it touched the 10-day moving average, and that little wick right there, that candle, is the arrow. That's the instance in which I want to scan for when it touches the 10-period moving average. So a lot of these, if you're looking for ideas as a contrarian in the morning in the first 30 minutes, these can be interesting ideas. I saw Facebook on here later. FTNT. What did Facebook do? All right, so Facebook dipped down, touched the 10 period, and it looks like it's now moving higher out of that little level. Interesting. Ooh, this is a really nice one. Look at that. It pulled all the way back down here, touched the 10 period moving average. We got notified at 181.10. 181.10. Get out of here. How'd you like to have that entry? Yeah. So I will share this before I leave. Same thing. Look at this. QLYS. 112.56. How'd you like to have the entry at 112.56 on that one? DT bounced, but now is rolling back over. But that's for you to manage. This one went a little bit lower. Interesting. So let me put this back on history real time. And if anybody wants to monitor these, they work best in the first 2 hours of the day. But I'll drop that in here. It's called the jam down buy. It's just like it sounds, looking for ideas that are jamming down and we want to buy them. Okay. Okay, so you don't want to scroll through the search window. What you want to do is you want to use the search to drill down. So the keyword that you've given me is, would you looking for an indicator called divergent bars? Well, let's look at DIV. Okay, that's it. Positive market divergence, negative market divergence, positive VWAP divergence, linear regression divergence, and that's it. So it appears that we don't have specifically what you're calling divergent bars. We could even try the keyword bars, and those are all we have that have the word bars in them. So if you don't see the words that you're looking for in the search drill down search term, unfortunately, we don't have it. Now, Trade Ideas isn't really that great at picking up divergences other than really what you saw in there, and you'd have to go in and click and then go to help and read exactly what it is they're scanning for you. Is the 10-period moving average rule apply for short? Yes, great question. It does. It applies to shorts as well. Let's see if we can find an example of something here real quick. I might even just go and use the AI. There's the AI. That's a terrible example. There's no more shorts in the AI today. So if we were to look at something, let's see here. What would be getting punished today? Well, let's look at Nugget. Okay, that one was down. Let's look at pause. GDX, silver. Well, these are not touching. They're all definitely below their 10-period moving average. But the simple answer is yes. It works just the same on the inverse. It's going to find momentum to the downside, and if stocks are going to continue to go down, that moving average line on the 15-minute chart is going to touch the price and throw it right back down to lows pretty quickly. So yes, the answer is yes. Patel, the 10-period MA rule applies for the shorts as well, on the daily and on the intraday. I'll tell you that. All right, yep, just a minute or two more here before Barry comes back. So thanks for that, Mike C. Okay, look at that. Remember I said I want to wait for the closing price? Well, now it's starting to get a little tricky here in real networks. All of a sudden we're back below that 10-period moving average, and it just might throw the price back down and get my attention again. I hope it doesn't. But if it does, then I have to figure out how to manage it again. I don't want to see it take out prior lows. If it takes out prior lows, my theory might be completely off the table here and we might get a worse close than I thought. But there's no point in making those decisions right here at this point. All right, I'm just letting Barry know anytime he wants to come on back is good. We got 2 minutes. Real Network's trying to fight for me. We'll see what happens. It won't be the worst thing in the world if it can't close this candle above. We'll watch next candle and see what the next candle brings. I just don't want to see this thing go back to lows. That'll throw off my entire scenario. All right, guys, Barry should be back in here any minute. Hey, look at that. I might get a reprieve in Real Networks. Wait, That's the closing candle. How about that? Looks like I might be good here. We'll see. That's officially a close above the 10 period moving average. So if that stays and holds, I will probably continue to add to the position, but we'll see. Still a bit too early. I just want to see how I can build on top of that. All right, so I'm just waiting for Barry. I'm going to go on mute here until he shows up. So thanks all for your participation, and we'll see you next time.
Look at STKL. Wow. All right, guys. Yeah, look at STKL. STKL ripping higher here. I mean, again, here's your news. People want news. There's your news. I mean, there's got to be some reason, but there is your news right there. That big volume burst. All right, guys. So I have to do my video, and I'm going to be a little bit longer this time. Okay, I have a couple of things I have to do, and then I have the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I'm going to be doing my video right now. And what time is it right now? 1:04. So I'm going to say, there's that Flexion, guys. Okay, it looks like it wants to break. I can't take it. I have to go right now, but that's good. Just a second. Could be earlier, but I'm just going to say, put that time in. Spell it right. Shouldn't lose sound. I haven't muted anything, so hopefully you haven't lost sound. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute here and in the YouTube feed. All right, guys, I'm back. And let's see what is happening here. Yeah, the Flexion is just not wanting to really break out yet. I still have some high hopes for it. Maybe later on, we're going to reset my price alert for 1207. Boy, FUTU, just amazing. Now, it did have a pullback. Granted, it did have a, that's a pretty big, 1878? Yeah, about a 40-cent pullback. I haven't used it yet, Locutus. I have not used it yet. It might, got to have a little bit of get up and go when you're doing this, so I'm not sure. You guys will probably hear me snoozing. Look at MREO. Wow, MREO. Look at this move here, and 13 million in the float. Where are they located? Yeah, I can't say. You can sort of tell when you look at a chart that it could be a foreign company. Co-listed, of course. So guys, at at 2 o'clock, I will I'll be in the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So just to let you know. And I will have to close the room down a little bit earlier today. I have something I have to do at 3 o'clock Eastern. So I'm going to shut the room down probably about at 250, okay? So depending how long that marketing meeting goes, it could be end the marketing meeting and then end the room. Listen to Real talking about the. So you obviously, I'm sorry, I didn't see your post because you must be sorting it somewhere else other than Interactive Brokers. Why is ACB spiking? Probably have no idea, but let's see. Okay. Well, let's just take a look. Cannabis stock lags after the deal for Reliva. I don't know. I don't know if that's the reason, but you're right. There's a lot of volume coming in. Let's see. What is the overall index doing? Is MJ moving also? Not really. So this is kind of trading on its own. You have access. I mean, I don't see any. I don't see specific news. You know. Man, oh man, look at this MREO. I haven't seen this one. A lot of these, you see them and then they disappear for months. And then all of a sudden, kaboom. So this is now through the 200-day moving average also for MREO. Wow. Here's one that was spiking also as I was just doing the video and all. Look at this. I don't think I've seen this one before. PGEN. This, I don't know if this was an IPO back here. It might have been an IPO here. So we got a big IPO tomorrow, guys. Big one. Very, very, very big. How many times can I say it? Very big one. And that is Warner Music. You want to track IPOs in my links? I've got an IPO tracker. Okay, so you click on that link and here's the calendar, the IPO calendar, so you can see. There it is, WMG, Warner Music Group. That's a big IPO. Look at the people behind it. Morgan, Credit Suisse, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, JP Morgan. That is a big, big IPO. It could be very interesting. It's going to have a lot of shares, 70 million. Be interesting to see where it opens, 23 to 26. There's the high and the low. See where it actually opens. Then there is this one. Just it's a lot smaller, but it's a bio, so you never know what could happen with these. That's PLRX tomorrow, 9 million at 14 to 16. So what you want to see, with these levels right there, say for the PLRX, what you want to see is it open at 20 or something like that. So huge enthusiasm. So those are two big ones tomorrow. I don't know, this one I don't really know anything about. And then there's this Zoom Info. I don't know what ZI. That's on Thursday. Look at who's behind that one. Another, fairly big number of shares compared to, the lower ones. I mean, this will be really interesting tomorrow, PLRX. Scratch it down, put it on a notepad for whatever notepad you use for tomorrow. Put it at the top. One of the interesting things about our halts resumes is that if you use our halts resumes, 9 times out of 10, maybe even more, but when it's an IPO, it pops up as a resume. There's no halt in it, but it pops up as a resume. So now the other thing you can do, of course, is PLRX as an example. So you could PLRX. So you could literally put some price alerts in, create a price alert and just, 1 cent, above 1 cent. And then of course it'll pop up. No, but it's you can click on that link there, and that's just an IPO track. There are many IPO trackers. It's not available as, but just click on it and you can bookmark it. Right there. It's not within Trade Ideas, but there are many IPO trackers. I think that's the one that I like the best. I agree, Real. Let's try to keep it all civil here, okay? People are trying to do their best. The link right here in links. Okay, George, links. And right at the bottom, IPO tracker right there. So click on the links tab and it's right there. I'm sure that I don't know when they actually had planned to do their IPO, but I'm sure that back in end of February, March, they thought, oh my gosh, we're supposed to do an IPO in June. We can never do it. But the market has shrugged off everything. George, okay, just click on the calendar. Did you load the link? Then just click on the calendar, okay? And you'll see them there. If you click on the link, click on the calendar within that link. IPO calendar it's called. And you'll see the ones that are tomorrow. might have to do, well, I don't know how to help you, Don. Do a refresh. Of course, you can't hear me, so. You guys can hear me, right? I want to make sure it's not just, it's only Don. I know every now and then I do mute myself accidentally, but I'm 100% sure that I have it this time. Okay. You know what I'm finding, guys? This is just a great little window. You, late in the day, we start getting these crazy little moves from, you know, they're not everybody's cup of tea. I get it. But man, oh man, you get these crazy little moves and these low floaters and seem to been popping up quite a bit. And later in the day, I mean, after lunchtime, boy, oh boy, look at this. I mean, look at the volume that's coming into ARTL. Isn't this a no, it's not a no, I'm thinking of another one, but it's another little pharma, little bio. I don't see the news on it yet. If there's any news on it, but I mean, look at look at the volume. Now, what's the problem? Hands up. Okay. Anyway, the 200-day moving average is close. So will it stall it? What was the other one I talked about just before? I think I went on my break or something, and it was near the 200-day. It was a dollar stock. I think the 200-day was around $1.12 or so. I don't think it broke out. Boy, a lot of faith in this one because I mean, this is I think they've filed for Chapter 11 LTM, South American airline. It's above, is it above last week's high? It's not quite above last week's high, 176. Now, Carvana actually got hit a little bit last week, I believe, because of Vroom. But who cares, right? Almost a lifetime high again. You know, it's all psychology. I think it was maybe around here because it looks like Vroom is going public. They're doing an IPO also. Of course, that will be a competitor. But look! I mean, look at the move. Look at that daily chart or that daily candle right there. You know, news may not be over. It may not be over. I don't know if I'll get back in it, but you know what? I mean, it's holding. Now, here again, how many times do I say this? What if it got a big volume bar right around here and popped it up? Now, the only issue is that, you know, we're getting close to 4, and that's for the GNUS. That's the only issue. All right, after a great couple of days and even a start or a great 3 days for CIR, it's giving it up underneath 20 now. I'm sorry, underneath 21. And this has a lot of room underneath, but the market's moving higher. I don't know. Now I had a short bias on this one, this KPTI, but it has actually rebounded a little bit. KPTI at a short bias. MRVL, Mike, let's take a look at Marvel. Marvel and Amba. Yeah, almost a lifetime high. I mean, there's a little bit of white there. You can see a little bit of white there, which means it's not quite at a lifetime high. How far back do we have to go? You know what? I mean, I'm going, obviously sometime before 2010, but who cares? So that's basically, it's not a lifetime, it's not in theory a lifetime high for MRVL, but it may as well be. Semi, of course, the semis, let's see. There's the semiconductor index. I know this was the trade of the week. I don't know if it actually triggered. You know, the power of these whole numbers. Now, a 10 is a special number, of course, but look at API. It tried, APY, it tried to get through 10. If you look left, on the next low looking, or next high looking left, is 993. It's a little bit above that. It did get to 1001, but if it can really crack 10, look at the room it's got. And again, it's amazing the power of these whole numbers, and especially the multiples of 5. I would say 10 is a major, major psychological number. Latham is really on the move here. So it took out last week's high now. I haven't seen this one for a while, but guys, look at this one. I mean, this ANAB. You can see that if it breaks 21, I mean, look at the room this one has, ANAB. If it can break out of here. So I'm going to stick an alert. Around 2104 for ANAB. Just check that weekly chart. Maybe I didn't set it. There it is. I don't remember the reason for this downfall here, but I sort of remember, but man. Yeah, keep an eye on Orgo. I mean, there's so many of these that are trying to bounce back. Orgo is now above yesterday's high, ORGO. The volume isn't great. I mean, for it, it's good, 2.2 times normal. It's just not overall. It's not great. Spread, yeah, it's okay. So 3-cent spread. But yeah, I just wish the volume were a lot more. Guys, GNUS looks like it's trying to make a new high now. GNUS trying to make a new high. I mean, the high of the day is just probably a couple pennies above. 378 is the high of the day for GNUS. Well, this would have been a nice one. I mean, I just was demonstrating this how to. I think it was on the buy button on the chart, or just a. No, it was a manual feed, manually taking 200 shares of the Stratasys through the 200-day moving average. Take a look at what the SPY is doing. SPY is, yeah, just kind of floating upwards. A little bit of a pullback here, but just kind of floating. To understand the question, you notice the channel bar changes. Are you talking about the names of the channel bar have changed? Yeah, I no, I don't. Well, what are you looking for specifically? Maybe I can help you. Are you looking for the channel 4 by any chance? That seems to be one. It's called the Trader's Vault now. Other than that, I can't help. Excuse me, I can't help you. Trying to make the names a little bit, well, easily identified. Now this is really starting to move down now. The CIR. GSX is just creeping higher. Also, GSX has room. 42. Wow. No, they will not be. The only thing I can suggest, Jay, and somebody might know, I certainly don't know, but if you send an email to info@trade-ideas.com, somebody might know what taking on water is now called. If it in fact has been renamed, it may have been discontinued. I don't know. They're not archived though anywhere. Not that I'm aware of anyway. Boy, this Stratasys is just on the move. All right, I'm going to put this in here. I'm still around, but I do want to just put this in here so that when it starts, I've notified you. So I'm still here, but once the meeting starts, I'll obviously be on mute. All right, I'm going to put myself on mute. It looks like it's starting now, guys. So I'm putting myself on mute in the trading room and in the YouTube feed. All right, guys, I'm back. Is this real time or delayed? Yes, it is real time. And the alert windows are all real time alerts. Okay, we have top list windows, which is a different, using it for a different reason, and those are 30-second updates. But alert windows, I'm not trying to answer your question in the YouTube feed, H Denalo. The alert windows are all real time. So I'm going to have to leave at about 10 to 3, guys, okay? So 2:23, so we have about half an hour left. I'm going to have to leave at about 10 to 3. I love this PGen, except for this unfortunate right there, that weekly looks like it's just not clean. Just don't like all this there. Man, if that weren't there, look at the room this PGen has. Let's see how Zoom is trading right now. He's ahead of earnings. Boy, there are a lot of people betting earnings are going to be something else, I guess. Look at Zoom. Has earnings after hours today. Now, I don't ever hold through earnings, but it's just interesting to see, what the mob is thinking right now, the masses. That's the one I was trying to remember. Yeah, DDDD, triple D. So SSYS has been just on a tear. And DDD is in the sector. Actually, for me, it's not a rule so much, Dave. I mean, it's not. Probably, I just gravitate towards the stocks under $30, and honestly, probably just under $20. It's not a rule. I mean, it's not something I absolutely 100% will not do it. But I just sort of my little sweet spot, I guess, is stocks under $20. That's all. There are enough of those that move with percentage increases that attract me to just to concentrate on that. But that is absolutely not a recommendation. I mean, lots of you guys out there are trading higher price stocks and doing very well at it. But I just try to make. I have to. I just don't want to be tugged in all sorts of different directions. That's all. Oh no, it's been a while. I mean, the AI, I won't look at really anything over 20 usually. But it's been a while since I think I traded one between 20 and 30 earlier this week. It's not for everybody though. I mean, because obviously the stock's under 20, and when they're low float, I mean, they can be very quote unquote active. But I mean, one of the reasons I guess is that when I look at some of these, a lot of them are what we'll call trend reversals. So stocks coming off the bottom with a lot of potential room to move. Now, I'm not saying a stock that is $100 can't do kind of the same thing, but probably not as likely. Though, I mean, when you look at a stock like ZM, I mean, sure, it came off the bottom there and had a tremendous rip. No, I don't even look at ATR to be honest, Black Dog. And I know you're going to go, what? The reason I don't look at ATR is because I think that and this is my opinion only. ATRs are fine to look at when you're trading, stock that is not necessarily in the news. Doesn't have anything going for it other than it's trading. So you're always looking at its ATR, how much should it could have left. But I don't restrict myself on the ATR because I could be looking at a stock, some stock that doesn't really usually have a big range, and then all of a sudden today it's having its day and it's having a huge range. So I'm not going to say, okay, I'm only want to see stocks with a, 50-cent range or some number. But absolutely, if I were more of a trader that is looking at more traditional, less news type stocks that are moving, sure, I'd be looking at the ATR for sure. Yes and no. I mean, look at PGen had no pre-market activity at all. There are stocks that, of course, we saw in the pre-market. Obviously, GNUS was one of them in the pre-market. That was going crazy in the pre-market. So, I do have a pre-market list. There's the Flexion again, trying to take out that 1208 area. Are you talking about in the pre-market? No. Well, this is a very simple. First of all, there are only two scans, well, three, I suppose. I look at. I only look at my watch list, and then this is kind of all day long can give really interesting ideas. And this is just a very basic highs and lows, very very basic. It's got to have up or down 3%, minimum volume of 300,000. It's got to be trading at least three times as much as normal, and I do have my range of 1 to 30. Rarely do I see anything close to 30, though, I notice. So if a stock meets all those parameters and it hits a new high or low, I'll know about it. Doesn't mean obviously I take the trade immediately, but it could be especially early on in the day. But also I'm finding after lunch, we're getting some of these smaller ones just having their little pops. Yeah, NNDM. I was mentioned that one earlier. I don't know if is it moving with the rest of them. Yeah, okay, now it's starting. Shoot. I was because when we were watching Stratasys, SSYS, I remember this one. Look at the volume that's come into NNDM. 4 million shares right there. It only has a 4 million float, so it's already traded double the float. Okay, but in that 15-minute candle right there was half the volume right there. Now that might be again. I don't know if it's something specific to it or is it finally kind of catching up to what Stratasys, which is another, to do with 3D printing. I don't know for sure. Can you apply a sort on the columns? Absolutely. So for instance, here's my pharmaceutical preparation. So I've sorted it on the change or where they are in relation to the close or the high of the day. But if I wanted to sort it, left click, double click, I can see the ones that are up the most of the day. I can see the ones that have the most volume. So yes, these column headers are all sortable. You just have to and double left click kind of fast, and then that'll sort the column. That's the beauty of the top list, sorting on various filters. No, car, what a come down. Looked like it was, well, there's that 200 day, the power of the 200-day moving average. Just about touched it, probably within about 10 cents of it today. 2605, so yeah, 21 within 21 cents of the 200-day moving average. And it just basically put on the brakes and said, nope, not today anyway. But you know what? Tomorrow, if it took out that 200 day, I mean, look at all the room it still has. I mean, we have an ATR filter so that you could only see stocks that are saying trading 50% of the ATR or 25% of the ATR. So in theory, they might have still some room, or really dynamic stocks that are trading double the ATR. You know, so we do have a filter like that. Just another way to really key in on momentum. So, I actually have right there. So there's the average true range for car is $2.35. It's traded, a little above that, 114%. Um, okay, some of the ebooks we have talk about swing trading. As far as day trading is concerned, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe somebody else wants to, but we do have in the links, we do have some ebooks right there that are swing trading related. Okay, swing trading setups, etc. So you can maybe try that. As far as day trading is concerned, I'm not sure. There might be people in the room that might want to suggest something. I just don't know. I mean, support and resistance, and looking at lots and lots of charts. Oh yeah, average true range. Yeah, ATR, average true range. Shoot, look at the PGEN. Look at it move now. So, I mean, again, no action in the pre market, no inkling whatsoever that this was going to happen. The SPY's moving down a little bit. I don't know if I call it a dive, but yeah, a bit of one. Okay. Yeah, a bit of one. 15-minute chart. Last hour, it's been moving down. Another 9 minutes or 11 minutes for this to close. Sorry, 9 minutes. I was right the first time. SLRX, what's it doing now? Let's see. SLRX, of course, it was halted earlier. Well, the same sort of thing as I always talk about is that now that's a big, big, big pullback. I mean, $1.70 back down to a dollar. I mean, it's barely positive. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, all I would say is this: is that it's resting now. If for some reason out of nowhere we had a lot of volume come in, a big volume bar like that, and it popped it. Okay, maybe. But that's a massive. I mean, that's a huge pullback. $1.70 on the high to barely being over the close of yesterday. Now, I mean, it's 10%, but I mean, it almost got down to the close. So I mean, that doesn't give you a lot of confidence. Sugar, PGEN, is just rippage here now. It's not really a low float. 48 million in the float. We don't have MACD we have MACD. We do have MACD, but I think it's I don't know what time frames it is. They're on. Yeah, they're intraday. So I don't use MACD, so I'm really no help there. Wow, PGE. All right, so the question was talk a little bit about the float. I will not, I promise, I will not use my home analogy, but so the float is basically the number of shares that are available to be traded. Okay, so you see right there, basically you'll take the shares outstanding, the total shares outstanding, and then start subtracting what the insiders own, directors, perhaps mutual funds. Now, in some of these small ones, there's no way that there are mutual funds involved, but that's basically then you start subtracting from the shares outstanding, and then you get the float. So that is the effective number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. That is the float. Okay, the lower that number, the lower the number. It's not a super low number, but it's low. I mean, people ask me, what do you consider a low float? 20 million and under, and certainly if it gets to that crazy 1 or 2 million, that's why you get these insane moves, 100, 200, 300% during the day. The reason being is that the float is again, that's a supply of stock that's available. So if for whatever reason there's high demand, whatever reason, it could be a press release, maybe the stock had earnings. If there's high demand and low supply, it's like any other commodity on earth. It'll the price will go up. All right. The flip side of that is when you have a low float and then people want to get out, it can go down as quickly, if not more quickly, than when it goes up. So that's why we always talk about if you're going to get into a low float stock, you cannot buy it and it's moving higher and go, all right, and then go out, walk the dog and come back, and now you're broke. Okay, I mean, I'm kind of kidding, but you cannot go away. You cannot leave your system when it's a low float stock. But in essence, it's just a supply. So the lower that number, and if for whatever reason there's high demand, that's when you see these insane percentage moves intraday. That's why Facebook, it's got 2.4 billion in the float. I mean, Facebook, unless it has some insane news, Facebook is not going to move 10% or 20% or 100% on the day. Okay, it's got 2.4 billion shares in the float. Okay. Here's a low float situation, 6.5 million in the float for Love. That's a pretty low number for a stock that was at $1.23. Usually you'll find it's the cheaper stocks, and the reason why there's a low float is because they've done reverse splits. Typically, a company does a reverse split because they're trying to regain a NASDAQ listing. So the stock is, in fact, LPI is an example. So LPI is not up 2,100%, okay? It is not up 2,100%. I know it looks like it is, but they've done a reverse split. So it's not up $19. They did a 1 for 20 reverse split. So if you divide that price by 20, that's what the price was yesterday. But typically, and so now that float, that 230 million in the float, you divide that by 20, and that'll be the new float number. And typically when you see a stock with a crazy like 1 or 2 million in the float, they may have done several reverse splits over the course of time. And again, usually a company will do a reverse split because NASDAQ has one of their rules is to, and though this is a New York stock, but I'm sure probably the same rules apply. But NASDAQ typically, in order to retain your NASDAQ listing, you have to have a dollar price. I know there are NASDAQ stocks underneath $1. Don't ask me why they don't have to. Maybe they comply in other ways. I don't know. Just one moment, please. Okay, so yeah, so I mean that's the float situation. Fun to trade, but you've really got to pay attention. Yeah, that's another way, Johnny. They put some. Well, I mean, look at Laredo. I mean, it's actually traded pretty well off the bottom here. 18 to 20. And a lot of times now, this is rather expensive for a reverse split. A lot of times you'll see it in the $5 to $6 range. And what we sort of look for then, okay, they do the reverse split, and then within maybe a week, the promoters they put out any sort of a press release to get people interested, and then you can see some crazy action on the reverse splits. Yeah, ACB. ACB is a great example of a recent reverse split. And again, I don't know, did they have 1 billion shares before? That's a great one, though. I mean, they did the reverse split a while back, and then they had some press releases, and so that was over 1 billion. I can't remember what the ratio was. So that is really the new float. Okay. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to be wrapping up at 2:50, okay? So are there any other questions? I'm going to be taking off at 2:50 in the trading room in both feeds. So are there any last minute questions before I really have to cut it off at 2:50? So don't ask, can you teach me everything about trade ideas in 4 minutes? Yeah, any last minute? No. Well, Flexion, let's see what is Flexion doing. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a neat. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's holding over 12 again, a little bit choppy. It's a spread like 1206, 1207. If I mean, listen, if I weren't going to be taking off, conceivably you could take some and put a stop around 1190. So about a 18 cent stop. And this one is still, this one, there's the big level on the monthly chart for GNUS, Genius Brands. There's the big level. I mean, if this takes that out tomorrow, I mean, then it still has room to, maybe the 5 level for GNUS. But that could be a lot of resistance right there on that monthly chart. Look at the two highs right around 409. Let's see what it is actually. Well, actually, I'm a little bit higher. But I'm looking at the bodies as opposed to the. So it's about 412 on the bodies of those candles. 415, 412. It's not that far away. So I mean, I'm not saying I don't know. I mean, that might not be resistance at all, but you have to be aware of it. Look at this one. Oh man, 38 high so far, 32 low, 31 low for there's an average true range 455, for a. All right guys, so I'm going to wrap it up now. So thanks a lot for all the support and help everybody brings into the room every day. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, okay? So have a good evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.